It's Monday, October 21st, right now on CNN This Morning.
He's becoming increasingly unstable and unhinged.
You're the worst vice president. Kamala, you're fired.
15 days to go. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris ramping up attacks as the race for the White House enters its final 2 weeks plus.
She never worked at McDonald's. In other words, she's lying Kamala.
He's loving it. Trump takes a step behind the McDonald's fry counter to baselessly cast doubt on whether Harris ever worked there. And
you're just signing something you already believe, and you can win $1 million. That's awesome.
A billionaire's giveaway. Elon Musk's latest strategy to boost support for Trump sparks calls for an investigation. And then
things are really bad right now.
Battleground beat, campaigns collide in the Great Lakes state of Michigan. We're going to speak live with Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. All right, 6 a.m. on the East Coast, a live look at New York City on this Monday morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Casey Hunt. It's wonderful to have you with us. Election Day is 2 weeks from tomorrow, just 15 days away. More than 13 million ballots have already been cast across 45 states. Early voting begins today in Florida, and of course, it's a sprint to the finish for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Harris plans to appear with former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney in the suburbs in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin today. As the Wall Street Journal reports, her campaign has zeroed in on a group of undecided voters they've identified to be, quote, soft GOP-leaning voters and moderate independents, including voters who backed former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley over Trump in the GOP primaries. Her them sounds like this.
He's becoming increasingly unstable and unhinged, and it requires that response. I think the American people are seeing it, witnessing it in real time, and we must take note of the fact that this is an individual who wants to be president of the United States, and I think the American people deserve better than someone who actually seems to be unstable.
Trump campaigns in North Carolina today, was in Pennsylvania over the weekend. His strategy in the final days? Unconventional, sometimes funny, often crude. There was the former president wearing an apron, working a deep fryer at McDonald's.
This is fun. I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job.
Then there's the rally that Trump kicked off by telling a crass story about the late Arnold Palmer's genitals.
When he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable.
And then there was this attack against Harris, which New York Times described as Trump descending, quote, to new levels of vulgarity.
So you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough, that you just can't take it anymore. We can't stand you. You're a vice president. The worst. You're the worst vice president. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here.
All right, joining us now to discuss all of this and more, Alex Thompson, CNN political analyst, national political reporter for Axios, Kristen Soltis-Anderson, CNN political commentator, Republican pollster and strategist, and Megan Hayes, former director of message planning for the Biden White House. Welcome to all of you on this Monday morning. There is so much to talk about. But let's start with, honestly, we have gotten a bit inured to the way Trump has brought vulgarities into our politics in ways that are not, historically prohibited. But I think it's worth kind of stopping, Kristen, on what he said and did at this rally, because the Times put it in context this way. Mr. Trump has always enjoyed shocking people, and in addition to cursing volubly, he enjoys talking about sex and men's and women's looks. But in the past, he has refrained, for the most part, from being overtly crude publicly as a candidate or as president. Now, however, as he makes his third run for the White House and has become visibly angrier since Ms. Harris joined the race, there has been a notable uptick in such behavior, especially in the campaign's final weeks and days. And at that rally in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, he actually kind of explained some of this because he had said, and he often tells the story about a letter he got from Franklin Graham, the notable conservative religious figure who said, you need to stop swearing. He sort of explicitly said, well, I'm not doing that today. Let's watch that part too.
I'm in big trouble tonight. You know why? Franklin Graham wrote me. You heard this. Like 2 months ago, he said, President, we love your stories. We love your speaking. But, sir, please don't use any bad language, bad words. I wrote it back. I said, I'm going to try and do that, but actually the stories won't be as good. Because you can't put the same emphasis on. So tonight I broke my rule. I've done it for weeks, but tonight I just said, look, I'm in Pennsylvania. What the hell? What the hell?
He's in Pennsylvania. What the hell? How do you view what he is doing here in these final days and whether it matters?
I think he is somebody who enjoys being out on the campaign trail. He treats his rallies like entertainment, like it's pro wrestling. I mean, that's very much what you're seeing out there. And I think for these voters that he's trying to win who are on the bubble, it depends which type of swing voter you're talking about. If you're talking about the kind of Republican who has found Trump's influence on the party to be noxious, you look at this and you go, see, I can't vote for that guy. I can't do this. But at the same time, is there somebody who doesn't care at all about politics but sees these clips and is like, haha, that is kind of funny? I mean, those voters really do exist, as much as you may want to think that they don't. They really do exist, and they are a part of Trump's coalition. And they find him entertaining. They find this entertaining.
I mean, in many ways, it explains MAGA, right? I mean, Megan Hayes, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's an entertainment person. He knows how to entertain people. I think that he's talking to his base, which is men. This is locker room talk. This is how you discuss things in locker rooms, I would assume. I haven't been in a men's locker room.
Alex,
you might have to.
I can confirm.
Yeah, I think you're great.
Occasionally. I've never heard the Arnold Palmer story.
Oh, okay. Perfect. But I think that like these undecided voters this is not presidential. You don't want someone out there talking like this. You're going to go talk to world leaders like this. We don't want you on the world stage. And I just think he's becoming more and more like an entertainment figure and not an actual serious presidential candidate.
I mean, the question to me, Alex, seems to be whether what he is doing here is exciting the people that already like him enough, more to get out to vote versus, I mean, Kamala Harris is basically out there making the argument that when he does that, this is awful, and suburban women who clearly are not likely predisposed to like this should go out and vote because they don't like it.
Well, and this is part of the reason why you're seeing a historic gender gap and why Kamala Harris is really trying to drive turnout in those suburbs. Polls show actually that while she is weaker than Joe Biden in some areas, talking about like black men, she's actually much stronger with white women than Joe Biden. And this is part of the reason. But, this has been always the critique of Donald Trump is that he has always run a base strategy and not a strategy to the middle. And to Kristen's point, this is not a bug, but a feature for a lot of the people that love Donald Trump, is that he'll go and he'll just be a little inappropriate. He'll be a little entertaining, and he'll say stuff that you're not supposed to say.
Well, and we're going to talk a lot about the various things because we just had a little taste there at the top. We haven't really considered what he had to say about Arnold Palmer yet. It feels a little early for it, but we got to do it. Straight ahead here on CNN This Morning, a more direct line of attack.
He's nearly 80 years old. He's not up to this anymore, folks.
How the Harris campaign is trying to sharpen their case against Donald Trump. Plus, nearly 1 million votes have been cast in Michigan. We're going to speak live with Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson about how she hopes to combat election misinformation. And Elon Musk's latest attempt to drum up support for Donald Trump, raising significant questions.
Every day from now until the election, we're giving out $1 million prize, and all you have to do is sign a petition in support of the Constitution.
When you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions.
And Elon came up, Elon Musk gave us his total endorsement. How good is that, right? Elon endorsed me. He's in another part of the Commonwealth, and he's campaigning now.
Elon Musk literally putting his money where his mouth is, using a new tactic to boost Donald Trump with his billions of dollars. During an appearance in Pennsylvania, Musk making a new pledge to give away $1 million a day to registered swing state voters, and then gave away the first giant check.
The next thing we'd like to do is to announce today's winner of the $1 million prize. So it's Christine Fischel. Would you like to come up?
As the winner made her way onto the stage, Musk explained how you could be the next one.
Every day from now until the election, we're giving out a $1 million prize. And all you have to do is sign a petition in support of the Constitution. It's very straightforward. You don't even have to vote.
The giveaway, though, now raising questions about whether it is even legal, since federal law makes it a crime for anybody to, quote, pay or offer to pay or accept payment for registration to vote or for voting.
I think there are real questions with how he is spending money in this race, how the dark money is flowing, not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians. That is deeply concerning. But when you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at.
So, Kristen, clearly, bribing people to register to vote or to vote is illegal. I don't think any of us are campaign finance experts. If you are, correct me if I'm wrong. But what do you make of what Musk is doing here? It does seem to be, not that there's any real teeth in the penalties that could push back against him here, but he clearly has put a new twist, shall we say, on supporting a candidate.
Sure. What were we saying earlier about this strange kind of leaning into the entertainment factor? That is also what's going on here. Although it's easy for me to imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and you had some sort of prominent progressive billionaire who was handing out $1 million checks, it's not hard to imagine Trump really seizing on that, being like, see, you have to pay people to support you. It sounds like here he's saying it's just a petition, not actually registering to vote. So that, if that's the case...
But you do have to be registered to vote to sign the petition, apparently.
Interesting. So legally, I don't know what lines this crosses, but I feel like it's just trying to feed more of that entertainment factor.
It's a game show. This is so unserious, and it's so offensive to people. This is the person who's running to have the nuclear codes, to be the commander-in-chief of our military. This is so offensive to people, and voters should be horrified that this is what our politics have come to, that we are now paying people $1 million to sign a petition, and Elon Musk is just out there just giving them money. I would be interested if those checks cashed. That would be my first question. But it's just this is so offensive to me, and so this is a game show, and the president of the United States should not be a game show contestant.
Well, Elon is approaching well over $100 million investment in this late stage of the campaign, and it is an investment because if Donald Trump wins, his companies are set to make billions of dollars. Starlink requires FCC sort of tweaks, SpaceX, Tesla, and electric vehicles. The fact is that Elon is set to be part of this administration in a way, the government efficiency role that Donald Trump has talked about, and that could make a $100 million investment mean billions.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, although it seems like a significant risk, right, in the event that that Harris were to win, because those companies do rely so much.
And that's why he's so all in right now.
Right. All right. Still ahead here on CNN this morning, trash interference. Texas fans littering their own field over the weekend. This is one of 5 things you have to see this morning. Plus, Alec Baldwin returns to Saturday Night Live, not, though, as Donald Trump.
May I please finish?
I'm asking you to.
Well, then you have to listen.
Well, I can't because I'm talking.
Well, when will you stop?
Maybe when I go to bed?
Okay.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. 5 things you have to see this morning. A deadly helicopter crash in Houston is now under federal investigation. 4 people died Saturday night when the chopper collided with a radio tower. There was a child among the dead. An Aboriginal Australian lawmaker heckling King Charles in her country's parliament. The senator represents an area home to much of Australia's indigenous population who lived for thousands of years on the continent before the arrival of British settlers 230 years ago. Officials in California are now trying to identify the man in this video seen, oh gosh, that's awful, whipping sea lions with what appears to be caution tape, causing them to flee and fall down the hill. The incident was reported to police. The Texas Longhorns apologizing for their fans after they threw trash onto the field during their football game against the Georgia Bulldogs. ESPN reports the team has been fined $250,000.
I am sitting on the roof of my cop car, my police truck. I am completely surrounded by water.
A New Mexico sheriff found himself stuck on top of his police truck as he was surrounded by floodwaters. The eastern part of the state was under a flash flood emergency as historic rainfall fell on that region. And on that note, time now for weather, where that flash flood watch has now expired in New Mexico. At least 2 people were killed. Hundreds more had to be rescued. Let's go to our meteorologist, Derek Van Dam, with the latest on this. Derek, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Casey. We sure are grateful for the Chavez County sheriffs, the brave men and women who go out there and are performing and have performed these rescues. But when you see a video like that, when you see a sheriff stuck on top of his vehicle unknowingly with the water overtaking his own SUV, who rescues the rescuer, right? I mean, these are the real life situations that they have to thrust themselves into in order to make these daring rescues that you see on the video behind me. But again, we are so grateful that they were able to pull those individuals at least out of that rushing water. Now, this is just incredible to see how much water fell from the sky, over 4 times their entire October monthly average. This is their wettest day they've ever recorded in Roswell, New Mexico. No wonder we're seeing the damage pictures this morning and all weekend long, frankly, of cars piled up across the bridges and impacting some of the local roadways there. A lot of precipitation falling just to the southwest of Roswell. That's where the hardest hit areas of Chavez County was actually impacted. Now, this storm system is moving away from New Mexico. That's the good news. We'll get an opportunity to dry out, assess the damage. But this will also bring the chance of severe thunderstorms today. Just a marginal risk, but something we need to be aware of across the nation's midsection from Nebraska southward through Kansas and into Oklahoma, damaging winds, large hail, and a tornado or 2. Quite some rescuing or harrowing video, I should say, coming out of Chavez County.
Indeed. All right, Derek Van Dam for us this morning. Derek, thanks very much for that. Coming up here after the break, election officials in Michigan, a critical battleground, combating concerns over voter fraud. Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson joins us live. Plus, Donald Trump taking his love for fast food to the next level, manning the fryer at Mickey D's.
I don't know how you do it. I put together some really impressive deals. But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing.
Do you trust early voting and mail voting?
Honestly, I don't like to say I don't trust it. I'm sure there's voter fraud.
I think if it's an affordable and equitable option for a lot of people and it gives access to voting.
I'm waiting to the polls. I'm waiting to election day, November the 5th. So that way I know my vote be counted for him.
Trump supporters in Detroit telling CNN's Elena Treen what they think about mail-in voting in their home state of Michigan, where already 1 million pre-election ballots have been cast and where Michigan officials have been combating concerns about voter fraud and ballot security since 2020. Out of the 7 states that Donald Trump targeted in 2020 for his fake elector scheme, Michigan's slate of electors for 2024 has by far the largest share of election deniers, with 6 of the 15 Republican electors currently facing charges for their involvement in the scheme. Joining me now to discuss how the state is preparing this time around is Michigan's Democratic Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. Madam Secretary, thanks very much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start with these fake electors, these election deniers. Michigan has this history. Is there any reason to be concerned about this in 2024?
Well, we have seen an influx of misinformation, not just from candidates in the United States, but from foreign bad actors and adversaries into our state through social media. And so that does generate the potential for threats and violence. And among all, as you're hearing from the clip you just showed, diminishes citizens' trust in a very secure election process. And so all of that has created challenges for us as election administrators, especially because we have in-person early voting, which is new this year as the result of a citizen amendment passed in 22. But at the same time, the fact that so many people are voting, over 1 million people have already cast their ballots, now 2 weeks out, more than 2 weeks out of Election Day, is a great sign that many voters are actually not just trusting the system, but participating in it, including thousands of Detroiters who showed up to vote early this weekend.
Do you have concerns about some of the history and potentially culture around politics and threats of violence in the state of Michigan? I mean, we saw what happened at the state capitol during COVID. Obviously, there was that terrible plot against Governor Gretchen Whitmer that was quite troubling. Is your office preparing for anything based on some of these past incidents? How do you think about that?
Yeah, well, we always say we hope for the best, but we plan for every contingency. We've passed laws since 2020 to make it a crime to threaten an election official in their line of work. And we've built robust partnerships with law enforcement and first responders, holding scenario planning exercises with election officials, law enforcement, and first responders all around our state to make sure we've planned through every possible iteration of how these threats could materialize on Election Day or beyond. And so we are planning for every contingency. And I've been very grateful for our law enforcement and election officials in the communities all across Michigan who have really stepped up and embraced this moment to be ready for anything. But at the same time, we want to communicate to everyone that this is a moment to be happy, joyful. We get to choose the next president of the United States. Let's respect the process, stay within the guardrails of the law, and ensure no matter who someone's voting for, that they can cast their ballot and be heard.
When you say you've done scenario planning exercises, can you give us an example of what one of those might look like?
Yeah, we bring local election officials, law enforcement, sheriff staff, first responders, firefighters, and EMT officials into a room. And we have an expert come in from CISA, the Federal Security Agency, or other nonprofit nonpartisan partners to kind of go through this. Let's say this happens. Someone calls in a bomb threat or something like that, or there's a disruption in a polling place. These are the steps each of us will take in order to mitigate the damage of that particular issue and also ensure there are consequences and involved. And then we also try to send the message to everyone, just, turn the temperature down a little bit. This is a moment to respect a process and respect our election officials, not disrupt it. And we hope those mitigation factors, as well as our pleas to the public right now to respect each other, come together and participate in our well-secure election process will rule the day. It has in the past, and I hope it will again. But if not, again, we'll be ready for everything.
Do you have any concerns about the election certification process that actually will certify your results and get the electors to Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, we do. We saw in Wayne County, where Detroit sits, in 2020, what can happen if you have pressure on these 4 individuals whose job is a ministerial role to simply look at the math, confirm the numbers, and then certify the election so that we can move forward with any audits and recounts and the like. So we do have concerns, and we have eyes on every location of a certification board in all of our 83 counties, as well as the state. We'll have law enforcement there protecting the process, but also people in the room to try to, again, de-escalate things if things do escalate. And we hope, as we are entering this season, that, again, everyone will stay within the boundaries of the law, but we'll be there to make sure there are consequences if anything occurs.
All right, Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate it. Hope you'll come back.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Casey.
All right. Let's go now to this story. Let's turn back time a few decades before Donald Trump's presidency, before The Apprentice, back to when the world knew Trump simply as a real estate mogul and a New York City tabloid fixture.
A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret? Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
Oh, Now Trump is stepping behind the counter at McDonald's, this time for a campaign stop in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
I'm looking for a job, and I've always wanted to work at McDonald's, but I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So if you don't mind, I want to work the French fry counter.
So Trump there once again claiming without evidence that Kamala Harris never worked at McDonald's in the 80s. That dispute inspiring this campaign stop over the weekend. Trump, of course, no stranger to the Golden Arches, his love for fast food well documented. In 2019, Trump hosted Clemson's football team after they won the national championship and served up this spread of French fries and burgers at the White House. And during his Sunday visit to McDonald's, Trump again put on the apron. He manned the fry station. He handed out food through the drive-thru window to customers who, according to the Washington Post, were pre-screened by the Secret Service. The restaurant was closed to the public for the event.
I love salt. Wait a minute, I spilled some. I'm very superstitious.
Our panel has returned. So I have to say, when I first saw that image of Trump kind of hanging out the drive-thru window, a part of me thought, wow, is that real? I never thought he would do something like that. The Trump that we saw in 1999 in that old ad is the one that was much more familiar to me. Like, look, we're going to run this town, right? Like someone who owns a McDonald's, not someone who works in one. I mean, clearly they have a strategy to try to appeal to working class voters, try to, twist the knife on Harris. But I still found these images to be jarring.
Well, part of what is so striking about them is that he's not trying to not be Donald Trump. Like some politicians go and they try to dress up as somebody they're not. He's still got the red tie. He's still so clearly himself. And I think this was an unbelievably smart move, because one thing that has differentiated Donald Trump from other really wealthy politicians is that he has never been seen as the aloof, the billionaire who would never deign to hang out with the commoners. Like, he has always sort of portrayed himself as, I'm the rich guy who doesn't really like the other rich guys. I'm one of you. And this is part of this. I think this was insanely smart.
Well, to that point, it is part of a larger effort on the Trump campaign to sort of soften Donald Trump's image. It's why you've seen his grandkids sort of appearing at the rally and also spoke at the RNC. There's a larger effort going on by the Trump campaign to appeal to some of those suburban women that he's currently losing.
The most humanizing moment in that clip was when he threw the salt over his shoulder. It was like such a normal reaction that anyone, it was like, oh, like we all do that when you're cooking or whatever. And so that was the most like normalizing and humanizing moment, I think, in this clip. But to your point, like, he still has his shirt on, his tie on. Like most politicians would have showed up in like a collared shirt or something that said McDonald's and tried to like more fit in. I did find it striking that the whole restaurant was shut down and it was just sort of like a staged event, but I do think it is definitely like poking at the vice president.
I will also say, though, him showing up with Grimace in that old ad, I bet that gets some more traction, because Grimace is like a thing with Gen Z. Like,
is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
all
a thing.
the TikTokers, yeah.
It's a thing.
Oh, see, you guys are cooler than me.
I've just read about it. I'm not even
All right, coming up here on CNN this morning, the final 15 days of the race. Mark McKinnon joins us to talk about Trump, Harris, and how they sound very different. Speaking of, hear Donald Trump say way too much about Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer was all man. He took showers with the other pros. They came out of there, they said, oh my God.
God bless you.
So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Here we go, everybody.
Was Donald Trump's 39-minute spontaneous dance party the closest we are getting to an October surprise as both campaigns enter the home stretch? There will be no big final debate. Trump's made that clear. Both campaigns now, of course, just focusing on turnout in swing states that will decide the election. When the Harris campaign started off, that was just back in July, joy seemed to be the central theme. But with the polls showing a dead heat, Harris and her running mate now attacking their opponent in more direct and stark terms.
Look, they pulled him out of interviews and his team admitted he's exhausted. Canceled another talk show this week. Look, give him a break. He's nearly 80 years old. He's out there rambling, moving around. We'll give him a break. But look, he's not up to this anymore, folks. He's not up to it.
Our next guest writes this in his latest piece for Vanity Fair. Quote, Trump suddenly seems not just lazy, weak, by dodging another debate, for instance, and old, but also truly out of it. Some days he makes it seem like the 25 in Project 2025 is a secret plan to execute the 25th Amendment if he actually gets elected, paving the way for, Lord help us, President J.D. Vance. Joining us now is Mark McKinnon, the writer of that piece, former advisor to John McCain and George W. Bush. Mark, always grateful to have you on the show. Thank you so much for being here. I honestly, we've been sitting here in the break talking about what we saw from Trump at McDonald's and kind of what he accomplished by doing that. He's clearly trying to troll Vice President Harris over what she has made kind of a central piece of the biography she's trying to sell to voters. But it's also a place that he obviously has, loved in public for quite some time. What is your assessment of this campaign move?
Oh, solid move for Trump. I thought it was really good. I mean, to your earlier guest point, it makes him just seem down to earth. He's still Trump, but he's hanging out with McDonald's, with real people, talking about stuff that real people like. That definitely a good move. But my point in the Vanity Fair piece is that this thing is baked. There's not really many undecided voters at all. This is going to be decided. I think this is about the gaps, and this is the reason why I think Kamala Harris is going to win. When it's all about turnout, what's key is enthusiasm, right? Whose voters are more excited about going out to vote? And Harris has like a 10-point advantage, so that's one gap. There's a gender gap. She also has about a 10-point advantage on women voters. And then I think there's an early voting gap. As we see from the data coming in, like you just showed in Michigan, there's huge numbers of early voters turning out. Now, we'll wait to see until after the election what that really means, but generally what that means is that Democrats vote early, and so if those numbers are up, it's likely more Democrats. So I see a lot of signs that polling is not picking up. There are advantages for Harris, and I think that she's going to win.
So, Mark, I absolutely take your point, and obviously I put a lot of stock in kind of how you think about these things. I guess I have two questions. You mentioned a gender gap. We're also seeing it's really a double gender gap, right? Men are really going for Trump in significant ways, and I'm interested to know how you think that interacts. But also this question of, now when I talk to sort of my smartest Republican sources, historically they would say if you're getting a voter off the couch who basically never gets off the couch, that person is a Democrat. And that is going to be different this time, that it's likely that person is a Republican. I'm curious what you think that means in terms of early voting and how that impacts things.
Great question. Let me handle them both. Number one, I'm in Georgia today, and I'm going to Athens tomorrow for a Charlie Kirk Turning Point rally. So just sort of counter to my own narrative, there's a reality out there that there are huge numbers of young men turning out for Trump. And these Charlie Kirk campus rallies, you see a sea of young men and a sea of red hats. So this conventional wisdom that on college campuses it's all women and they're all voting for Harris. Well, go to a Charlie Kirk rally. I'll be there tomorrow, and I can report next week about what I actually saw. The low information voters is a good point, too. But I just don't think that I understand that everybody's going after those low information voters, but not a lot of them vote. I mean, that's why they're low information voters. They don't normally turn out. And I just don't think if they're not excited about Donald Trump before, I don't know why they would be now. So you fish in the pond where the fish are, and I think that's where Harris is going. And again, I just see a lot of signs that when you net it all out, women, I think, are going to make the difference in this election. Women are, you think about HRC PTSD, Hillary Clinton PTSD from 2016, and Roe. You add that up, I think that creates a real advantage among women and a bigger gender gap. Yes, there's a gender gap with men with Trump, but it's a much larger gap for Harris, and I think they're the ones who are truly excited, Casey.
Mark, what do you make of, I take your point that you think Harris is on track to win here, and I'm not trying to take away from that at all. What do you think is going on with Harris people who are saying behind the scenes, in a way, and you can see it in the changes they've made in their strategy, right? Putting her out in these interviews, making her more accessible, taking more risks. That's usually how people who are behind behave in a campaign, right? It's Trump that's pulling out of interviews, trying to, do more controlled settings to take fewer risks. What does that say to you about where they think they are?
It says to me that it's a smart campaign. Casey, there's only one way to run a campaign. You can either run scared or unopposed. She's opposed, so you run scared. You always run like you're 20 points down. The problem in 2016 is the Clinton campaign didn't do that. That's why I say there's HRC PTSD. People are not going to make that same mistake. They're going to run like they're behind. You got to run through the tape. And that's exactly what the Harris campaign is doing, and I think it's really smart.
Yeah, really interesting. All right, Mark McKinnon, I'm anxious to hear what you see in Athens, Georgia. Come back next week. We'll talk soon.
I'll do it. I'll report from the ground.
Sounds great. Okay. We have to talk about. Look, I'm never going to quite look at an iced tea with lemonade the same way ever again after this.
Very special hello to Latrobe. Oh, I love Latrobe. You know why? The home of Arnold Palmer. This was the home of my friend Arnold Palmer. I said, when I come here, I'm going to tell him the real story of Arnold. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this guy, this is a guy that was all man. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable. I had to say it.
Did he, though? Did he really have to say that? I mean, Kristen.
We were talking earlier about locker room talk. I mean, that's not just a figure of speech. It's literal locker room talk.
Listen, you can draw a straight line from 2016 too, when there was a lot of talk about size of his hands and Marco Rubio, and they.
But we don't even have to go back to 2016 for the size of his hands. Obama cracked that joke.
Convention this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Continue. Well, so I mean. Again, I mean, this, I guess, just goes back to exactly what we were just talking about, this double gender gap, how each are talking to the other. But it does seem to me, Megan, if Harris is in the suburbs of, Philly, hanging out with Liz Cheney, trying to convince women that they should not, that they should bother to go and vote against Donald Trump as much as they are, she's trying to convince them to vote for her. Trump is not exactly hurting that cause with this.
No, it's so undignified, and I think that it's not even getting people to go out and vote for her. It's these people who are the low information voters. It's just like, just stay home and don't vote for him either. Like, kind of situation I think is also at play. We've talked about a lot of times. I just don't think any of this helps him. I think that it just reminds people that he's not a serious person and not to be left with our nuclear codes. But I mean, I guess we'll find out.
Well, and I will say, one Republican who was a man texted me yesterday and just said, like, he found it hilarious. And so there are some people that actually just find it funny.
Well, that's the thing. He's going to his base. He's going to men, and this is like for social media. Like, he is very good at playing to his base and playing to social media. But are those the people who are going to decide the election? I think that most people and most really smart and talented pollsters have decided that's not who's going to decide the election. So I just don't know why he keeps doubling down.
In some ways, it's the difference between MAGA and the classic conservative Republican, who perhaps, have a country club membership. There was quite the exchange between my colleague Jake Tapper and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, on this over the weekend. Let's watch that.
Why is he talking about Arnold Palmer's penis in front of Pennsylvania voters?
Jake, you seem to like that line a lot. Let me tell you that Donald Trump is doing rallies nonstop around the country.
Let me just say something. I don't want to be talking about this.
Right.
Donald Trump is out there saying it is.
But you continue to. Let's talk about.
Because you won't address it.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You won't address it. He is out there talking to
voters. No, I'll address it. Let me answer it. Okay, don't say it again. We don't have to say it. I get it. There's lines in a rally. When President Trump is at a rally, sometimes he'll speak for 2 straight hours. You're questioning his stamina, his mental acuity. Joe Biden couldn't do that for 5 minutes.
We don't have to say it, he says again. I mean, it's like there's a reason why this kind of stuff is not usually in our politics. Like, can we let our kids watch these rallies?
Okay, well, 2 things here. Joe Biden's not running, so that's number 1. So I don't know why we're talking about Joe Biden's age again. And number 2 here is this entire show, and like over the weekend, we were not talking about the issues. We were not talking about how the candidates were talking to voters about the economy and immigration and abortion. And it's like, why?
Well, we were with McDonald's, but we're not with this.
But it's like the entire news cycle has been totally co-opted by his inappropriate comments.
Not
forcing us to talk about this. This was a choice to talk about this.
Right, but he knows.
There's other
It's like-
things we could be talking about.
But he knows,
that the bait will be taken.
And I just think it's such a disservice to voters, and it's so. But again, he's playing to his base and playing to social media, and that's what he's capitalizing on in the last couple of weeks.
Do you think it's a net positive for him?
Those
This kind of
particular
thing?
comments?
Yeah.
No. Do I
Okay.
think that they matter at all beyond making us all like lose our minds for 24 hours? No. I don't. I really don't.
Okay. Fair enough.
One interesting thing about, that Johnson was talking about is Democrats have been really trying to attack Donald Trump's stamina or his age lately.
Mhm.
And, that could have been a much better argument if they hadn't Democrats hadn't spent the last 2 years basically defending Biden's stamina. And so, but it is this very late push to try to make Donald Trump's age and his lack of health transparency an issue in the campaign.
Yeah, interesting. All right. Let's look at this. If you were up late this weekend, you might have seen Alec Baldwin return to Saturday Night Live, but he was not impersonating Trump as he did in 2016, I'm sure. It was a remarkable portrayal. Instead, Baldwin over the weekend was Fox host Bret Baier alongside Maya Rudolph's Kamala Harris and James Austin Johnson's Trump.
May I please finish?
I'm asking you to.
Well, then you have to listen.
Well, I can't because I'm talking.
Well, when will you stop?
And maybe when I go to bed. Madam Vice President, are you here to answer questions or just looking for a viral moment?
Oh, please, I am not looking for a viral moment. See how I don't let men interrupt my answers? Very demure, very mindful.
You know, Kamala Harris has called you unhinged and a danger. What do you say to that?
You know, I heard about that. They said I was threatening. Not true. I would never threaten anything except perhaps violence. But they do phony investigations, okay? I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone, who famously did nothing wrong. Scarface! Kids are going back to school, and they're coming back a different gender. You know, they're going to Zoltar's, and they're coming back big. It's really a shame. You know, they're switching bodies. They're doing Freaky Fridays and Hannah Montanas. You know, we're a failing country. America's a terrible place full of jerks and idiots, but we love it. It's really bad.
All right, so who do we vote, Alec Baldwin or that performance there for Trump?
Just thank goodness for Saturday Night Live during election season, because it's very funny, very entertaining.
It clearly does mean that we are entering the final weeks, especially with the TikTok, the turning to the camera, very mindful, very demure.
I think that Trump impression was great. The oscillating between like America's terrible, America's great. Like Trump really does do that, and I think that
He's captured the weave, right? This sort of this jumble of things where it sort of makes sense. You sort of know where he's going, but it actually, if you were to read a transcript, it is completely undecipherable.
Yeah, I will just say that this weekend, I think between what we saw on SNL, where they did their version of capturing what was going on here, each candidate really fully themselves in kind of all ways, giving us a very distilled version of what this campaign is going to be in the final 2 weeks. Thanks to you guys for being here this morning. Thanks to all of you for joining us as well. I'm Casey Hunt. Don't go anywhere. CNN News Central starts right now.
Breaking this morning, Kamala Harris begins the final stretch of the campaign with a huge pile of cash. Donald Trump begins it with a bizarre obsession over a dead golfer's huge something else.
And breaking overnight, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making a surprise visit to Ukraine as U.S. support for Ukraine's fight against Russia hangs in the balance with this election.
For the first time ever, other celebrities are being accused of participating in the alleged assaults Sean Diddy Combs has been formally accused of. This is as a wave of new civil lawsuits against Combs, accusing him of sexually assaulting multiple men and women, including a child. I'm Sarah Seidner with Kate Baldwin and John Berman. This is CNN News Central.
All right, breaking overnight, a billion reasons why the Harris campaign is happy this morning. Brand new filings reveal that Kamala Harris began the month with $350 million cash on hand. That is $61 million more than Donald Trump. This after raising $1 billion in just 3 months. No campaign has ever done that. But as Paul McCartney knows, money can't buy you love, or apparently a decency censor. Because as both candidates hit the trail this morning, Trump does so following one of the most lewd, vulgar, and coarse stretches in history of any campaign. topped off by an obsessive, maybe admiring rant about a dead golfer's junk.
Arnold Palmer was all man, and I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. When he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable.
Schiff and some of the others, yeah, they are to me the enemy from within. I think Nancy Pelosi is an enemy from within.
You're a vice president. The worst. You're the worst vice president. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired.
If they get chosen, our country's finished.
As we said, we've never seen a stretch like this in campaign history. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen for the latest. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, John. Yeah, I mean, clearly this election and Donald Trump's campaign stops have been taking interesting turns in recent days. But, you know, it was interesting because in the lead up to that rally in Latrobe on Saturday, we heard from Jason Miller, one of Donald Trump's top campaign advisors, saying that this weekend when he was in Pennsylvania was him kicking off his closing argument in this race. And really, with just 2 weeks to go now, we have seen Donald Trump in recent weeks, his speeches being more meandering, being more vulgar. You heard that profanity that he used, telling this weird story about Arnold Palmer's genitals. I mean, his speeches have been a little all over the place. Now, when I talk to Donald Trump's senior advisors, they say, look, clearly we are allowing Donald Trump to be Trump. I think there was always a question of course, his campaign could never really put him in a box. They could never control Donald Trump. He is, of course, a 78-year-old man. But we've also covered extensively how a lot of his allies have been really trying to pressure Donald Trump to focus on the issues, to talk more about the economy, to make that case to voters in this final stretch. But instead, we're kind of seeing him give in to some of his worst impulses. And Donald Trump's campaign says this is how he energizes people, though, where some people question what he's doing with these meandering speeches. Others recognize that they think it's funny. They think it could energize his base and voters. And so I do think you're going to continue to see some of this. Now, I will say, though, however, on Saturday, when he was giving this speech and he brought up the Arnold Palmer anecdote, there were times when he did give a glimmer of what that closing message would be. At one point, he said that he is going to deliver the golden age back to America, that 100 years from now, people will look back on this election as one of the greatest American victories. So you could see some of what he was trying to do, but it was, of course, tucked in to a wide-ranging and at times odd speech that he was delivering. Now, I do want to address as well, because you did play some of his comments on Fox News yesterday, where he was addressing the enemy from within comments that he has made over the last several days. And it was interesting because we actually had Mike Johnson on our air trying to, argue that Donald Trump isn't talking about Democrats, but then Trump himself made it very clear that he is. Take a listen.
But again, he's
a political opponent of yours.
He's not
an enemy.
No, he's of course he's an enemy. He's an enemy. That's an enemy from within. That is a threat to democracy. These are bad people. We have a lot of bad people. But when you look at Shifty Schiff and some of the others, yeah, they are to me the enemy from within. I think Nancy Pelosi is an enemy from within. She lied. She was supposed to protect the Capitol.
Now, John, clearly Donald Trump has made very clear now in multiple interviews of who he was referencing with those comments, even as we see many of the most high-profile Republicans trying to argue that that is not what he means. And then just for today, very quickly, we are going to see Donald Trump in North Carolina. It comes as really they have had their best first day of early voting, beating the 2020 numbers for how many people have shown up on the first day of early voting. He's going to be there. He's going to be talking about hurricane damage. He's going to be really trying to try to make that closing argument to voters in the state. So keep your eyes out for that later today.
That
John?
Closing argument. The question really is what closing argument. Elena Treen, thank you very much. Kate?
Today, Kamala Harris is teaming up with Liz Cheney once again to help make her final pitch to voters in 3 battleground states. The itinerary is including stops in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, a bipartisan show of force that they hope will persuade persuadable voters and also continue with her mantra from this weekend that they are running this race still as underdogs.
Look, let's have some real talk. It's going to be a tight race until the very end. And we are the underdog, and we are running as the underdog.
But make no mistake, we will win.
CNN's Kevin Liptak following all this one for us. So, Kevin, what's this going to look like? What is the goal? What is going to be the pitch with Liz Cheney?
Yeah, this is an interesting sort of scenario for the vice president, and it shows you how this campaign is really taking a methodical approach, trying to squeeze votes wherever they can possibly find them. And it's interesting not only who she's speaking with today, Liz Cheney, probably the highest profile Republican who has now endorsed Kamala Harris, but also Oakland County, Michigan, and Waukesha County in Wisconsin. These are all places that saw big swings away from Donald Trump between 2016 and 2020. But they're also places that Nikki Haley received thousands of votes, including after she had dropped out of the Republican primary. And so when you talk to Harris campaign advisors, they do think that there are persuadable voters in these counties, particularly conservative-leaning women who are turned off by some of the rhetoric that we were just hearing from Donald Trump. And it just goes to show how the Harris campaign is really going voter by voter, really going to all of these constituencies to try and piece together a coalition that can help propel her to the Oval Office. And you mentioned those fundraising numbers in the lead-in. Those are astronomical numbers, $1 billion raised in the last quarter. That's far and away a record for any presidential candidate. But what you're not hearing is the Harris campaign really crowing about those figures. They're striking a cautious tone, worried about donors, big and small, seeing that cash advantage and thinking that she might not need help in the final stretch of the campaign. When, in fact, and when a race is neck and neck like this, she will continue to need to raise money at a very quick clip. One of the advantages of this cash advantage is that she won't have to spend time raising money with donors. She'll be able to spend it on the campaign trail, which is exactly where she is now. Now, we are starting to hear her closing argument as well. She's talking about the unfitness in office that President Trump would bring into the White House, and she started raising that last night on MSNBC. Listen to what she said.
And what you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He's not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
So that's the closing argument here, that Donald Trump is unfit, that he's even potentially mentally unstable. You've heard her sharpening that over the last several weeks, and it's certainly an argument that she'll be continuing to make right up until Election Day.
Kevin Liptak, good to see you. Thank you so much. Sarah.
All right. Thank you, Kate. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making a surprise visit to Ukraine this morning as a show of support just weeks before the U.S. election. What we know about his agenda next. And new this morning, a House task force just released a damning first report about the security failures the day of the assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Also, Elon Musk saying he's giving $1 million each day to a lucky voter from a battleground state. The only problem is his plan just might be illegal. Those stories and more ahead. Breaking overnight, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Kyiv to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Secretary Austin is also set to meet with Ukraine's defense minister as the future of U.S. aid to Ukraine remains in the air with just weeks to go until Election Day. CNN's Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon for us. What exactly is the Secretary set to discuss today?
Sarah, a lot of the focus here will be on, first, what Ukraine is looking for in terms of weapons and its short-term needs, and then in the more medium-term or long-term, how the U.S. can continue to supply Ukraine over the course of the next year. Of course, nobody can ignore the timing here. It's 15 days to a presidential election that will likely have a tremendous impact on how and if the U.S. is able to continue supplying Kyiv and continue supplying Ukraine's military with weapons. In this video, you see Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary, getting off the train in Kyiv and being greeted by the U.S. ambassador to the country there. So one of the big questions here, of course, is what the U.S. can continue to provide. There are hundreds of millions of dollars left that the U.S. is authorized to provide Ukraine, and the Biden administration has promised they will provide all the aid they are authorized to do by the end of the year or by the end of the term. But after that is a very different question. Former President Donald Trump, should he win, declined to say last month whether he wants Ukraine to win the war. And that, of course, puts U.S. aid to Ukraine in the long term on a very, shall we say, questionable footing there. Meanwhile, Russia's assault on Ukraine continues. In fact, there were explosions in the city of Kyiv early Monday morning before Austin arrived there, and Russian forces continue to make small but steady gains on the battlefield on the front lines there as Iran and North Korea continue to send Russia weapons. So that is the great challenge Ukraine faces and that the U.S. is trying to address in the long term. And that, of course, is one of the reasons Austin is there to discuss that. The U.S. has tried to shift the aid to Ukraine from a U.S. perspective to a more multinational NATO-focused essentially arena that will be able to continue to provide Ukraine with weapons no matter who wins the election in just 15 days. So that, too, is one of the big questions here. A senior defense official tells us that Austin will look to step back and get a big picture look at the war over the course of the last 2.5 years and moving forward. Sarah.
Yeah, a lot of military experts saying one of the things Russia's been doing is just waiting for the world to get bored, basically, with what is going on as it continues to hammer Ukraine. Thank you so much, Oren Lieberman, there live from the Pentagon for us. John?
All right, breaking overnight, 6 new civil lawsuits filed against Sean Combs, and for the first time, other celebrities are cited and accused. And the latest on a deadly helicopter crash that brought down a communications tower. All right, breaking overnight, 6 new lawsuits filed against Sean Combs, and for the first time, other celebrities are cited and accused of taking part in the alleged abuse, though they are not named in the filings. The new lawsuits include allegations of rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, battery, or false imprisonment. According to the suits, the alleged incidents happened between 2000 and 2022 in New York, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, at parties allegedly hosted by Combs. Right now, Combs is in jail awaiting trial on charges, criminal charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, which he denies. And in response to the new suits, attorneys for Combs put out, or referred us, I should say, to a previous statement that said, quote, Mr. Combs and his legal team have full confidence in the facts, their legal defenses, and the integrity of the judicial process. In court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. With me now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. Counselor, thank you for being with us. These 6 new civil lawsuits, what impact will they have on Combs, his criminal situation?
So it could be substantial, but it remains to be seen. John, good morning to you. Now, you mentioned civil, and you emphasized that, and it's important that you do so. Why? Because civil relates to monetary damages. These are victims, alleged victims, who are seeking compensation in a court of law. That compensation in the civil context means they're looking for money, that's what our system rewards based upon misconduct. However, to the core question, I think that the federal government certainly will be having an interest in vetting those claims to establish whether those factual allegations are true. And if so, how, if at all, could they be used in the criminal case? We know he faces a criminal case in the Southern District of New York. We know that part of that is racketeering in English, meaning using his organization as a criminal enterprise to further his interests. We know he's facing sex trafficking and prostitution allegations. So the question, the core question, as we look at the allegations in the new lawsuits, John, will be whether or not the federal government, based upon these new allegations and others, there are lawsuits aplenty, 35 in total, whether they could be used in the criminal context, and if so, final point, whether the federal government will now supersede the indictment, meaning they will amend the indictment to include other charges. We don't know that yet, but the issue is, in terms of the impact, that is a potential possibility, which would be devastating to an already devastating prosecution, which sees him facing life in jail if convicted of the charges he's currently facing without superseding or amending them, John, in any way.
As we mentioned, there are references to other celebrities being involved in this alleged activity, allegedly involved in this alleged activity. What impact could that have on the criminal case? Are we talking about new possible witnesses here?
So we're talking about new witnesses for sure, right? In the event that the allegations are credible, there's 2 narratives here, right? The one narrative is from Sean Puffy Combs and his team. Hey, listen, we have confidence in the court process. These are people looking for a payday, abusing the process, and the claims are not meritorious at all. In the other hand, right? You have another school of thought, which is, wow, the allegation seems strikingly similar. Could everyone be wrong? And so the issue will be, number one, certainly for potential witnesses, which you need to establish a criminal case. What do these witnesses know? Can they add value to the criminal prosecution? And then the other component, John, is whether or not any of these allegations would rise against anyone else, to include some criminal conduct on their part. Again, not yet determined. But remember, when the federal government announced these charges against Sean Puffy Combs, what they said was that this investigation is far from over. Well, now you see these lawsuits, their investigation continues. Let's see what, if anything, they'll do in terms of P. Diddy's conduct or anyone else who enabled him or engaged in separate and independent alleged criminal conduct.
Joey Jackson, great to have you on explaining this all. Thank you so much. Kate?
So new this morning, the Biden administration's plans to expand access to over-the-counter contraception. We've got details on that just coming in. And Elon Musk, in his effort to support Donald Trump, now promising to hand out $1 million a day that he says he's going to registered voters in battleground states if they sign his Super PAC's petition. He's already handing out checks, and election experts are already saying this is not legal. First time for women of reproductive age with private health insurance. CNN's Arlette Saenz is at the White House with much more detail on this for us. So, Arlette, what is the White House pushing for here?
Well, Kate, President Biden says that he and Vice President Harris are taking this step to try to expand access to affordable contraception at a time when they say that the right to contraception is under attack in this country. Now, the Affordable Care Act currently requires that private insurers cover most contraception at no cost. But what this new rule would do is it would require private insurance companies to cover any birth control contraception that is trying to be acquired without a prescription at no cost. It would require that these insurance companies provide coverage for any FDA-approved drug relating to contraception, as long as there is not a therapeutic equivalent that is covered. And the White House estimates that this could impact and expand access for about 52 million women of reproductive age in this country. Now, this rule would still need to be finalized over the course of several months, and it likely would go into effect in 2025 once it is finalized. But it comes at a time when reproductive health has remained a top issue in this presidential campaign. Democrats have warned that the Supreme Court's ruling overturning Roe v. Wade also puts at risk fertility treatments and access to contraception. Vice President Kamala Harris, out on the campaign trail, has warned that Donald Trump, who has bragged about appointing those Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade, that he would gut access to reproductive health in this country if he returns to the White House. And in a statement this morning touting this new rule, Vice President Kamala Harris said, quote, "While we fight to protect and expand health care, extremist so-called leaders are attacking reproductive freedom at every turn. Republicans in Congress have repeatedly blocked legislation to protect the right to contraception across the country." Now, meanwhile, Trump has said in the past that he would not restrict access to birth control. He made that comment shortly after he had said that he was looking at contraceptives when he was specifically asked whether he would limit access to contraception in this country. But it's clear that Democrats continue to believe that this issue of reproductive health will be a potent political issue in this campaign. And the Biden administration is trying to put some meat on the bones, saying that they are taking more steps to make affordable contraception coverage available to Americans across the country.
Yeah, good to see you, Arlette. Thank you so much. Sarah.
All right, this morning, Pennsylvania's Democratic governor wants an investigation into tech billionaire Elon Musk's plan to give away $1 million a day to registered voters in swing states. Anyone who signs an online petition from Musk's Trump-supporting political action group has a chance to win, he says. And some election experts say this may just be illegal. CNN's Marshall Cohen is in Washington. Marshall, is this giveaway breaking the law at this point?
It might be, and I'll explain why, Sarah, but let me be super clear. I'm not saying Elon Musk is going to be locked up or put on trial anytime soon. What I am saying is that some respected scholars who study election law for a living saw what Musk did and immediately raised legal objections. So let me play for you a clip of Musk over the weekend campaigning for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania and then we'll break it all down.
Every day from now until the election, we're giving out $1 million prize. And all you have to do is sign a petition in support of the Constitution. It's very straightforward. You don't even have to vote.
Okay, so that's not quite all you need to do, Sarah. If you look at the fine print on Musk's Super PAC website, it says you must be a registered voter to sign the petition, and you can only win the $1 million if you live in one of the battleground states. That's the website right there. And that's the problem. The experts we spoke to said federal law makes it a crime to pay people to register to vote. You can't give them money or a chance to win money through a lottery. Here's what the law specifically says. Quote, whoever knowingly or willfully pays or offers to pay or accepts payment either for registration to vote or to vote can face up to 5 years in prison. That's the law. And legal experts said that Musk could be crossing the line, especially for people who heard about that cash prize and then registered to vote. We reached out to Musk's Super PAC for comment, but they did not respond. Sarah.
All right, Marshall Cohen, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A barrage of battleground visits, high-profile political surrogates, and lots of attack ads on the airwaves. That's what voters will see in the final 15 days of the neck-and-neck race, according to the polls, to the White House. With us now, May Mailman, former Trump White House Associate Counsel and Director of the Independent Women's Law Center, and Paul Begala, CNN political commentator and Democratic strategist. May, first to you. If Trump is so sure he's going to win, why is Elon Musk offering to pay people to vote in swing states?
Well, of course, a PAC and the candidate don't talk. By law, they can't talk. But, you know, it's interesting. So Kamala Harris has raised $1 billion in 3 months. I mean, this is record-breaking, and Trump's money just isn't there. And so I do think actually there is something to super PACs using their money smarter and not just flooding the airwaves. And so, you know, I saw something interesting the other day, too.
So buying votes, May? Buying votes, that's cool with you?
No. I think that this is attention. I think that this makes people pay attention. You know, who isn't paying attention if there is some sort of $1 million check that someone is receiving? And so getting people's eyeballs, getting people to pay attention to this election is, I think, not just going to be the standard advertisements that we see. I think creativity is warranted in elections.
Paul?
Well, it says something. If Trump had anything in his support, it was enthusiasm. And if you're a billionaire buddy, it's got to be throwing around $1 million to get people to register. I leave legalities aside, just politically. That's not a good look. People leaving his rallies early. We covered it this weekend. He had a rally in Detroit, and they had to reconfigure the arena because he couldn't draw a crowd. He gave that weird performance the other day where he stood and swayed to music for 39 minutes. He's now canceled the speech to the NRA. My God, if you're a Republican, you can't speak to NRA. You got a problem, right? He has canceled CNBC and NBC. He's canceled 60 Minutes. He won't debate. He won't release his medical records either. So there's something going on. When his billionaire buddies are so desperate, they got to throw around $1 million checks. That's telling me something as a strategist, that his enthusiasm is down.
All right, let's listen to some of the closing arguments that are being made both by Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. First, some of what we heard from Donald Trump over the weekend.
But Arnold Palmer was all man. When he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. You have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough, that you just can't take it anymore. We can't stand you. You're a vice president.
I'm curious, May, how you think these closing statements are going to help you gain the vote of suburban women that the polls have been saying that Donald Trump has been struggling to get on his side.
Yeah, it might not help with suburban women. Suburban women probably aren't the rally goers there necessarily, and so there is an audience disconnect. But, you know, on the other hand, this is what people like about Donald Trump. There's something about having a conversation with your buddy in your living room that isn't political. Versus Kamala Harris feels totally scripted. She shows up to Detroit. with a shirt that says Detroit versus everybody. Sometimes she has a Jamaican accent. I mean, there's just something that is so fake and false and targeted to the audience versus Donald Trump is Donald Trump. And, you know, the people who like him, that really does speak to them.
Just to be clear, her father is Jamaican. But, Paul, Harris is calling Donald Trump as a response to this and before this, unfit, unhinged, as part of her argument. She also said this at a church on Sunday.
Our country is at a crossroads, and where we go from here is up to us, as Americans and as people of faith. And now we ask a question. We face this question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
There are Republicans and Democrats who have come out and said, look, they like this message. So why is this race polling so close, Paul?
Well, it's a divided nation. I mean, it's going to be close. There's no question about it. It's an absolute coin toss. That's the nature of our politics. But I think it's really instructive that Kamala Harris went to church and Mr. Trump is throwing out profanities and talking about Arnold Palmer's putter. I don't want to be rude on television. I think she's onto something. Honestly, when she says he's unfit, unwell, unhealthy. We've been around Trump now for 9.5 years. He's been on the national scene. So we get it. We know a big part of his appeal is he's unconventional. I get that. But something has changed. You know, Barack Obama said this the other day. If your grandpa was doing this, you'd be worried. Right? You do cry help. The other day, he gave a talk where he talked about his own supporters, and I'm using his words. He called them fat pigs. He said, get that fat pig off the sofa, Jill. Slap him around. He's talking about his own voters, calling them that stuff. So he's having a breakdown. Let's just be honest. Let's not sane wash it. Let's not just say, oh, it's just Trump. That there's something wrong with Mr. Trump, and he's melting down. And, you know, probably would have killed him to go to church instead of standing there throwing profanities around and encouraging his audience to chant profanities.
Senator Lindsey Graham was big mad at his fellow Republicans. Listen to what he said this weekend.
To every Republican supporting her, what the hell are you doing? You're supporting the most radical nominee in the history of American politics. I can't take 4 more years of this crap.
May, why are so many Republicans coming out publicly and supporting Harris?
I wouldn't say it's so many. I think that there are a lot of people who don't like Trump. And let's just take Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney is somebody who very much opposed Kamala Harris's policies, tweeted about everything that would be bad for Americans if Kamala Harris were to be elected president, and now is supporting Kamala Harris. And there's something that feels personally vindictive. And if you are trying to make the case to independence, these are people who are not interested in personal vendettas. And I feel like that's what Liz Cheney is doing. And so what Lindsey Graham is saying is, why is your personal disdain for President Trump overcoming what is best for Americans? Because that is how it is perceived. And I don't know if there's a good answer to that.
All right, May Melman, Paul Begala, we're going to leave it there. Thank you both so much. Appreciate you. John.
Thanks, sir.
All right, the New York Liberty champions. And it all happened in a thriller. CNN's Carolyn Manno here with the details. An overtime thriller.
Yes, this has been excruciating, exciting, exhausting for Liberty fans. All those things rolled into one because they've been waiting such a long time for this franchise to finally win. This is one of the original franchises in the WNBA. It's been 28 years, but the Liberty getting it done. New York came into this game 0 for 5 in record in the previous finals. And so there was a lot of work to be done. And it looked like that trend might continue to start this game because it was Minnesota who were looking for a league record 5th championship that got pretty much every shot they wanted in the first half. They jumped out to a 12-point lead, but this was the title decided right here in the final seconds of the fourth quarter. New York down 2, Brandon Stewart driving and got the foul here. Minnesota could not believe it. They were not happy about it, but even after a challenge, that call was upheld. The official saying the defender was not in legal guarding position. So Stewart hitting both free throws, sending the game to overtime, and the Liberty just took over from there. Leonie Fibish came out, hit a huge 3. Niara Sabally broke away with the layup to put the Liberty up by 5, marking the largest lead of the game. And series MVP Jonquel Jones finishing with a team-high 17 points. She was incredible as the Liberty win at 67-62.
City Showdown continues.
And sorry, Mets fans, the Dodgers are heading to the World Series for the first time since 2020. LA with a 10-5 win over New York last night in Game 6 of the National League Championship Series. Shortstop Tommy Edman sparking LA in the first inning with a 2-run double, then adding a 2-run home run in the third. So now the Dodgers are going to face the Yankees in a star-studded fall classic. The Dodgers and Yankees facing each other 11 times in the World Series in a 40-year span between 41 and 81, but they have not played against each other in the fall classic in 43 years.
It's kind of what the people wanted, you know, and it's what we all wanted. I mean, it's fun. It's going to be a battle of two good teams, a lot of long flights across the country, but that's what makes it fun.
So the Dodgers have won 4 National League pennants in 8 years. Game 1 of the World Series set for Friday in Los Angeles. All the fans at the game last night, John, hoping for both New York teams to make epic comebacks, but unfortunately not to be for Mets fans. But this is going to be very fun. Yankees, Dodgers, 2 iconic franchises. It's going to be good.
Fun depends on where you're from. Although we can root for Red Sox great Mookie Betts there in the World Series. There is something to root for. Carolyn Mano, thank you very much for that. Kate?
You can't even play along for a minute.
I tried.
Just say yes. Here we go. Coming up for us, preventable and should not have happened. That is the conclusion of the report released overnight from the House committee investigating the July assassination attempt against Donald Trump, including new firsthand accounts of what happened that day. And it is official. They are rock and roll forever. Dave Matthews, A Tribe Called Quest, Ozzy Osbourne, Cher, the new inductees into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The affordability crisis has been front and center the entire election. Vice President Kamala Harris has made affordability for home buyers and renters a key part of her economic agenda. One focus, so-called abusive corporate landlords. How much do they really impact rent, though? CNN's Matt Egan has been looking into it, and he's joining us now for a bit of an analysis on this. What have you found?
Well, Kate, listen, there's no doubt that rent is just a major source of frustration for millions of Americans, right? Rent has gone up so much, and that's on top of the cost of living. Consider that half of all renters in the United States are considered cost burden, meaning they spend 30% or more of their income just on housing costs. And 2.5 million black households are considered severely cost burdened because they've spent more than half of their income on housing costs. And so that's why the Harris campaign has come out with a number of proposals here, right? They're trying to add more supply by incentivizing builders with a combination of tax credits and cutting red tape. They're also vowing to take on what they're calling, quote, abusive corporate landlords. And they're calling on Congress to pass a law to remove tax benefits for investors who acquire 50 or more single-family homes. Again, all of this designed to show that they would take action to address housing affordability for renters.
When you talk about corporate landlords, how many people are we talking about that are in this market?
Yeah, Kate, this is actually becoming increasingly common to have a corporate landlord. A CNN analysis found that across the country, 16% of single unit rental properties are owned by LLCs, real estate investment trusts, or other corporate landlords. There's even something called a mega investor. That's a landlord that owns at least 1,000 properties. Nationally, this is just 3%, but that map shows that this is actually increasingly common in some of those Sunbelt cities. At least 10% or higher of the single-family units are owned by mega investors in Las Vegas, Indianapolis, Orlando, Phoenix, and then 20% or more in Charlotte, Jacksonville, and Atlanta. Now, a CNN analysis has found that rent increases in cities that have these major investors as single-family owners, they have outpaced wages, right? So rent is going up faster than paychecks. But we also know that investors, they're more likely to plow their money into markets where rent is already going up. So it's hard to say how much the investors are the cause of the problem or if they're just a reflection of the fact that these are hot housing markets. We talked to Lori Goodman at the Urban Institute, and she said just because you say that institutional landlords are in areas with higher increases in rents, it doesn't mean that they cause that. But look, Kate, we know that this is a massive issue for voters. A CNN poll found that almost 1 in 4 likely voters who are renters, they say that the cost of housing is the #1 economic issue that they're considering as they decide who to vote for president.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Matt. Thank you so
Kate.
much. Sarah.
All right, on our radar this morning, a helicopter crashed into a communications tower in Houston overnight, killing all 4 people on board, including a child, according to our sister station. The crash started a huge fire. You see it there. The FAA is investigating that crash this morning. Also this morning, at least 2 people are dead and nearly 300 others had to be rescued in Roswell, New Mexico because of this severe flooding. Even a sheriff was trapped on top of his truck.
This is Travis County Sheriff Mike Harrington. At this time, I am sitting on the roof of my cop car, my police truck. I am completely surrounded by water.
Well, he said he wasn't expecting that much water when he went out. Roswell says a record rainfall over the weekend. First responders were overwhelmed with calls from people, you see the damage there, who were stuck in their cars or on top of their roofs. And some of the most iconic performers in music are now officially part of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, baby. That's just one of my favorites. John, if I could show the world you and I dancing to Celebration, I'd feel good. Cher, you saw her, Kool and the Gang, there you go. Mary J. Blige, also A Tribe Called Quest, Dave Matthews Band, and Ozzy Osbourne, along with Peter Frampton and a host of others, were welcomed to the rosters during Saturday's induction ceremony. It was quite a show, John, but some of these, I'm like, how are they not already in the freaking Hall of Fame?
That was exactly Kool and the Gang. You're telling me they're just getting in now?
Well, just now.
Did they take out like a 25-year hiatus? The Rock and Roll Hall of Famer forget to put Kool and the Gang in?
What the?
Peter
what?
Frampton? Frampton comes alive?
Like, so that's right. We're mad about this.
Every third song on classic rock is Peter Frampton, and they're just getting, in the Hall of Fame?
I don't understand it, but, you know, that's just me.
But we digress. New this morning, the House Task Force investigating the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump just released its interim report. Let's get right to CNN national security reporter Zach Cohen for the latest on this. Zach, what did it say?
Yeah, John, another damning assessment of those security failures around Donald Trump's July 13 rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And this includes new testimony from local officers who provided a firsthand account of moments from the time the shooter was first identified by law enforcement up until shots were fired. And that includes that moment when officers helped one of their fellow officers up onto that roof, and they saw Thomas Crooks there and identified the fact that he had a gun for the first time. This transcript reads, quote, "I tried to get him up to the roof," talking about the officer. He's kind of on the side. However, he's up there. He comes back down screaming, quote, "There's an AR, a guy with an AR." Now, what's important about this, John, is to date, the task force has not received any evidence that that message ever got to Donald Trump's Secret Service detail before shots were ultimately fired. And obviously that speaks to the communication breakdowns that are also laid out in this assessment as well. The bipartisan task force really come to the same conclusion that a lot of other independent investigations around these assassination attempts have, is that this was preventable and this should not have happened. It could put more pressure on Secret Service leadership. We know an independent panel convened by the Department of Homeland Security said that there needs to be a complete overhaul of the leadership at the Secret Service. But with the election so close, well, it remains to be seen when that could take place. But some big changes coming for sure at the Secret Service.
Seems to be wide agreement in every one of these investigations. Zach Cohen, nice to see you. Thank you very much. Kate?
This morning, an investigation is underway into what caused a ferry dock to collapse in Georgia Saturday. At least 7 people were killed when this happened. Several others were injured. People were gathering on this historic island for a celebration of culture and history when this all happened. CNN's Rafael Romo has much more on this for us. Good morning, Rafael.
Good morning, Kate. It's still very early in the investigation, but there are several things officials are focusing on, including why the gangway had a catastrophic failure, whether the increased number of people might have been a factor, and the age of the gangway itself. CNN has obtained video of the dock leading to the gangway that shows how the whole structure collapsed. You see the ferry in the background. the same one guests were trying to get to when the tragic collapse happened. We later see people by the shore trying to rescue those who had fallen into the water. What we know is that the gangway collapsed shortly before 4 in the afternoon on Saturday as crowds gathered on Sapelo Island for a celebration of the Gullah Geechee community of black slave descendants. According to Walter Raven, the commissioner of the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, the gangway that led from the dock to the ferry collapsed when about 40 people were on it. Commissioner Raven said there was a significant increase in the number of people visiting on Saturday, although he doesn't yet know if that was a factor in the gangway's collapse. Let's take a listen.
The initial findings of our investigation at this point show a catastrophic failure of the gangway, causing it to collapse. I can assure you that the Department of Natural Resources Critical Incident Reconstruction Team will be working tirelessly in conjunction with engineers and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to gather and preserve evidence and interview witnesses.
20 people ended up in the water and tragically 7 died, 4 men and 3 women ranging in age from 73 to 93. Charles Houston, who served as a chaplain for the DNR, a City of Plains volunteer firefighter, and also worked with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, was among the dead. Officials also said there are 3 other people in critical condition. President Biden also reacted to the news, saying that he and the First Lady are heartbroken to learn about the ferry dock walkway collapse on Georgia's Sapelo Island. Kate, now back to you.
So sad. Rafael, thank you very much for the update. A new hour of CNN News Central starts now.
Cussing and talking about another man's junk. Donald Trump's rhetoric reaching new extremes with 15 days to the election. The Harris campaign saying the comments are more proof he should never be allowed back into the White House. And for the first time ever, other celebrities are being named in a new wave of civil lawsuits alleging Sean Diddy Combs of sexually assaulting men, women, and a child. And a Texas death row inmate scheduled to testify before state lawmakers today. The topic, shaken baby syndrome, the very diagnosis that sent him to prison for his daughter's death. I'm Sarah Seidner with Kate Baldwin and John Berman. This is CNN News Central.
With 15 days to go, everything is basically at an 11 in this campaign. Louder, bolder, more urgent, more scary, more weird, more everything. Today, Kamala Harris will be hitting battleground states with Republican Liz Cheney by her side. Donald Trump soon is going to be heading to storm-ravaged North Carolina. That seems much more traditional, yes? Just wait. Out just this morning, Kamala Harris is riding on a ton of cash. She raised $1 billion in 3 months, which had her starting October with nearly $61 million more than Donald Trump. How both campaigns now spend that cash is just as important as how they both now spend their time. I mentioned Trump's heading to North Carolina, but this weekend Donald Trump made clear in these final moments, for him, anything goes.
Arnold Palmer was all man. When he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. You're a vice president. The worst. You're the worst vice president. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired.
CNN senior political analyst Mark Preston joining me now for more on this. Hearing that, getting that from Trump at this point in the campaign, what does that say to you, Mark?
Not surprised. Certainly trying to play to his base and doing what he does best, which is to go out, entertain, and push the limits of decency. And that's what we've seen him do on the campaign trail ever since he started running back in 2015, 16. That's how he was in the White House, and this is how he's closing these last 15 days. His campaign sees this as an opportunity to try to energize those last MAGA voters, to try to get them out to vote, because they realize, Kate, that if they're not able to get every one of these MAGA voters out, there's a good chance they could lose this election.
I'm looking for a job, and I've always wanted to work at McDonald's, but I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So if you don't mind, I want to work the French fry counter.
there's no chance that he ever wanted to work at McDonald's, but we do know he does love McDonald's. And I got to tell you what, could you imagine driving up to a McDonald's, Kate, and having Donald Trump lean out the window and ask if you would like to supersize your meal?
No, I don't. I mean, I can imagine everything at this point. So I mean, like at this point, anything goes and anything is possible. But what it does to win votes it remains the question. Saying what Donald Trump is saying on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania yesterday, what does that do? It motivates MAGA voters. Does it? But it doesn't in change turn off other, I don't know, persuadable voters. What does it do for Donald Trump other than to try to troll Kamala Harris to show up to McDonald's? I don't know. I'm just going to throw that out there. But now let's talk about Harris and Liz Cheney. They're going to be campaigning together. That is clearly intentional. If there are persuadable voters, to persuade them. What do you think?
All right, so what we're seeing here, of course, is two different strategies being put in play. You're seeing Kamala Harris trying to go out and trying to pick off any Republican voters that might have any concern about Donald Trump. How do you do that? You use a Republican as your wing person. In this case, you have Liz Cheney. Where do you go? You go to Pennsylvania, you go to Michigan, you go to Wisconsin. When do you do that? You do that all in one day. Why do you do that? You do that to show that you realize that these are the three states that are very likely either going to win or lose the election for you. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, what he does, he decides to go to places that are safe, like Alabama. We're going to see him at Madison Square Garden at the end of the week, Kate. He's not going to win New York, but they believe they can get more press doing a big event like that may help try to get out their MAGA voters, because certainly, as you're right, they are not going to get any of those Republican women who Donald Trump does desperately need in order to win this election.
Okay, the money. Kamala Harris now raising more money than any campaign has ever done in 3 months. I mean, the numbers for this election are just bonkers, and has campaign finance, reform advocates' brains exploding. But how big of an advantage is a cash advantage like this one at this point? I mean, we're 15 days out. What do you do with it?
Well, I mean, you just take that money and you pour it into the states that you need to pour it into. Pour it into states, again, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. If you live in those states, I'm sorry, you're going to see an obnoxious amount of television ads over the next 15 days. You'll see them in Georgia. You'll see them in Nevada. You'll also see them in some of these other collar states, even North Carolina as well. You're going to see all this money being poured in. However, the money differential, though, Kate, is a little bit different now than it was, say, 20 years ago, because now, as you noted, the campaign finance laws are different. That allows outside groups to play. People like Elon Musk is trying to help Donald Trump, as we know, and he's pouring a lot of money, millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, to try to get the vote out for Donald Trump.
That's true. It's great to see you, Mark. Thank you. John.
All right, with us now, Mark Caputo, national political reporter for The Bulwark. Mark, thank you so much for being with us. Look, Donald Trump said all these things this weekend, talking about Arnold Palmer, vulgarity, a lot of stuff. Now, one of the explanations that you hear, and there was some reporting from Politico last week, is that Trump is exhausted. He is saying things like this because he's exhausted, he's worn out. You've got some new reporting on this, which has sort of an interesting take on that based on your conversations with Trump insiders. What are they telling you?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course he's tired. I just had our story move on Saturday morning, so I just tallied up the beginning of the month, October 1st to Friday. It's 18 days. He did 28 events in 26 cities in 12 states. He had done 21 media interviews, including 7 long-form podcasts. Now, all the media interviews were not challenging. They were generally with friendly audiences or friendly media reporters. But nevertheless, it's a lot of work. And in addition to that, he's flying across the country. He doesn't sleep very much. When he's on Trump Force One, the name of his plane, no one really lies down, and that includes the candidate. At most, he sort of micronaps, sitting straight up, putting his chin down, and grabbing a few Z's, but it's not quality sleep. And then he's on Truth Social, posting stuff at 12:48 a.m., railing against The Apprentice, the new movie that depicts his relationship with Roy Cohn. You add all that stuff together, it's tiring, and the reality is he's 78 years old. Yes, he's old. Yes, he's older. And having a rugged schedule like that and not sleeping a lot is going to tire you out. Now, the campaign tries to deny that he's exhausted. and deny that he's tired. And indeed, when he goes to these events, you see he's very amped up and he's very excited to do them. But in the end, no matter how much the campaign wants to make him sound immortal, he's still a human being. It's a tiring schedule.
You know, one has to wonder, and I don't know if you care to weigh in on this, what a Trump unhinged would look like versus a Trump hinged. Can we say what the difference would be if there would be one?
I can't say, but to use your door analogy, there might be maybe one hinge on a 3-hinge door here right now. So we have no idea. I mean, the door is still technically hanging in the jambs. But the reality is Donald Trump has these rallies. And when you compare them to 2016, which the New York Times did, they're a lot longer, his speeches. He used to speak for about 45 minutes. Now he speaks for about 90 minutes. And the reason for that is that people line up for many, many hours. And Donald Trump, being the entertainer, as Mark Preston had just pointed out, wants to give them a show. And so he'll read the 45 minutes, essentially, of the script that his campaign advisors have written for his speech off of the teleprompter. And then he just digresses off of the teleprompter and says whatever comes to mind. Mm-hmm. And in this case, whatever came to mind was the size of Arnold Palmer's penis.
Yep, one wonders why, but we'll leave that aside for a moment there, Mark, because you've got some, well, we have you. I'm going to tap into your other great reporting. Nikki Haley, reporting that Nikki Haley at some point might do an event with Donald Trump on the trail. It's interesting because when he's asked about it, it's not like he talks about her in glowing terms, how excited he would be to have her out there, but he might need her based on your reporting of that slice of Nikki Haley voters.
Yeah, he might need her. They are in talks. Allegedly, it should happen at the end of the month, but nothing's guaranteed yet. It might be on Fox. It's not just that he would like to have these Nikki Haley voters. About 1 million people voted for Nikki Haley in the primary in the 7 swing states over Donald Trump. And they do represent an opportunity. But the more important thing for Donald Trump is this, just optics. We're at the optics stage of the campaign. We had earlier on the show, Kamala Harris is appearing with Liz Cheney, and that just sends a message about where she is. And the Trump campaign would like him to appear with Nikki Haley and just send a message about him working with her and reaching out to those voters. Now, just after my reporting last week about them being in talks, he was asked on Fox and Friends about this, and he said, yeah, I'll do what I have to do. And then he proceeded to basically, not quite trash Nikki Haley, but say, well, I don't know why everyone's talking about her. I got way more votes. It's not the greatest way to want to campaign with someone, but nevertheless, it looks like it's going to happen. Nevertheless, nothing's guaranteed in Trump world until it actually happens.
Yeah, I will say, it's absolutely clear that the Harris campaign thinks that these voters are important just based on where she's going and with whom and what her message is. She thinks they can decide the election.
Well, a number of things can decide the election, but it is clear that Harris's campaign has made a bid for Haley voters. They have a staffer who's essentially in charge of reaching out to them and disaffected Republicans. It's not as if Nikki Haley just sort of created these voters out of whole cloth. She was a repository for a lot of Republicans who were upset with Trump, who just didn't want to see another Trump term or didn't want to see him run again. So he does have to do some work to get them back. At the same time, the Trump campaign isn't just focusing on them. Its big gamble it's making is working with these outside groups, trying to stir up and ignite and turn out more young male voters who in the past have not voted. And that's really going to be, for the Trump campaign, where the election is going to hinge on.
Mark Caputo, political reporter, Gulf fan like the rest of us. Great to see you this morning. Thank you very much. Sarah?
Thank you.
All right, moments ago, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced $400 million in additional aid to Ukraine while he's on a surprise visit to Kyiv. Details on what it will pay for. Also, will the DA in Donald Trump's Georgia election subversion case have to hand over documents subpoenaed weeks ago? A hearing begins today. And severe flooding in the Southwest. Even a sheriff gets caught in the high water. Those stories and more ahead. All right, we have some breaking news for you. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in Ukraine, where he has just announced a $400 million aid package. Austin is meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and other officials today in this surprise visit to Kyiv. Joining us now, former CIA director and former commander of U.S. Central Command, General David Petraeus. Thank you, sir, so much for coming in for us this morning. Just to you, because we're just learning this now, how much can $400 million buy, and is it anywhere near enough to affect the outcome of this war if not another cent is sent by the United States?
Well, it's a considerable amount. It'll provide a great deal of ammunition, of interceptors for the air defense, all weapon systems and so forth. So that's very, very significant. It comes on top of tens of billions of dollars, of course, from the U.S. and then various European and other Western countries. Is it enough? I fear not. What we need to be doing, all of us together, is to try to enable Ukraine to stop the Russian advances on the front lines. They're holding them back very effectively, but the Russians are achieving incremental gains on a daily basis. And over time, that does accumulate. We have to help Ukraine change that dynamic and show Russia, show Putin, that he cannot continue to make advances and make gains at an acceptable cost, because only when you change that dynamic will we see an opportunity for real meaningful discussions about a ceasefire. Until then, Putin has every incentive to continue. Now, of course, Ukraine is also very effectively using unmanned systems against Russian territory, and we should relax the remaining restrictions that we have on our Army Tactical Missile System, ATACMS, the longest range system we've provided when it comes to hitting targets in the Russian Federation. Ukrainians also been very effective at sea, despite not having any real navy. They've used aerial drones to find Russian ships and then maritime drones to sink them, pushing them all the way out of the western part of the Black Sea. But on the front lines, the situation is difficult. I was last there for the fourth time in a year and a half, about a month ago, and you can feel, you can sense the degree of war weariness that is there that I'd not actually felt before. And we need to do all that we can, again, to enable them to stop the Russian advances.
I want to turn now to the Middle East, where there are so many things happening, including the continued airstrikes on Gaza. The U.S. has learned very well what happens when you create a vacuum in leadership. We watched what happened in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein. ISIS entered the void. What do you see happening in Gaza now that Israel has taken out Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas, and many, many of the other high-ranking military and political officials of Hamas there?
Well, you described it perfectly, Sarah. There is a vacuum. The Israelis are going in, they're conducting clear and leave operations. In other words, they're conducting raids, they're using airstrikes and so forth. They've done enormous damage to Hamas. The degradation of Hamas is very, very considerable. But they're not destroyed. There are still tens of thousands of Hamas fighters, extremists, and there's plenty of recruits for Hamas 2.0. So the question is, will Israel lay out a policy that achieves security in Gaza and does prevent Hamas from reconstituting, along with criminal groups and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who are the only real authority at this point in time, again, very seriously degraded. By the way, it's very significant that Israel has taken control of the southern border between Gaza and the Sinai, which denies the ability to push weapon systems and material through the Rafah crossing and underneath that southern border and the tunnels there. But unless there is security, you're right, we did learn this in Iraq. We were conducting clear and leave operations in 2006. It was only with the surge, which of course I was privileged to command, that we conducted clear and hold and build. Now they don't want to reoccupy. We don't seem to want them to reoccupy, but unless that happens, there is no security, and then there's no better future for the Palestinian people, which is something that should be sought. If you don't improve their lives, if they're trapped in this terrible situation, this humanitarian catastrophe that is Gaza for them right now, there will be many, many more recruits for Hamas. So it's incumbent, I think, to secure it sequentially, north to south, gated communities. Then and only then could you bring in Palestinian security forces trained by the U.S. and Jordan, and contractors, and Arab forces will come in if they don't have to fight Hamas. But Arabs are not going to fight Hamas for Israel. So I think this is unavoidable. And if it's not done, what you end up with is this enormous population, 2.2 million people, jammed into an area with totally inadequate humanitarian assistance, hygiene, shelter, and everything else. And again, we're about to enter another winter here.
General David Petraeus, thank you for walking us through that. It is such a complicated situation there, particularly in Gaza with, as you said, more than 2 million people who are really suffering dire need there in Gaza. Thank you so much for coming on this morning. Appreciate your time.
Good to be with you, Sarah.
John.
Well, we got new poll numbers this morning that show Donald Trump losing support in one of his strongest demographics. And breaking overnight, 7 now new civil lawsuits filed against Sean Combs. And for the first time, other celebrities are cited and accused.
Nick Valencia is following this one from Atlanta for us. Nick, what are you expecting to see today?
Well, we'll see Ashley Merchant on the stand, and she's the defense attorney who initially filed the motion to get Fani Willis thrown off the case. And Merchant is convinced that there's official documents that the DA's office has that would further prove the claim that Willis somehow financially benefited from hiring her one-time boyfriend as a special prosecutor in the Trump case. The DA's office, meanwhile, is saying that they're an entity that is not subject to subpoena power. But for Merchant, the attorney that you're looking at there on your screen, she says this goes far beyond Nathan Wade. She is alleging ethics violations by Fani Willis, claiming that Willis used taxpayer money to fund a media monitoring site that tracked the public's perception of how she was handling the Trump election subversion case. And that case, if you remember, appeared to be on a fast track to go before the 2024 election. That was until Merchant's motion. Fani Willis initially survived that motion, if you remember, but it's now unclear what's going to happen. That case is in the hands of the Court of Appeals. Oral arguments are set for December. Meanwhile, Kate, Willis has this related legal fight on her hands later this afternoon.
So, Nick, also at the very same time, Georgia is voting and setting records with their early vote turnout, and already facing accusations from Republicans like Marjorie Taylor Greene claiming fraud is underway. The Republican Secretary of State's pushing back on what Marjorie Taylor Greene is claiming. Bring people up to speed here.
You know, Kate, these are the same tired old claims that we've heard since 2020, and Georgia elections officials have been very clear that there's absolutely no evidence of widespread election fraud. They say the elections here are safe and secure. I mentioned no evidence of widespread voter fraud. There is, however, evidence of a historic turnout. 1.4 million early votes cast. If you add all that up so far, that's about 20% of all those that voted for the president in 2020. And the lines, you remember I was out last week at the Buckhead Library. The long lines aren't just in metro Atlanta. They're also in the outlying suburbs and even in the rural areas. Last week was fall break for the kids. I took them up to Fannin County. That's a deeply red part of the state, and I saw long lines for early voting even there. Kate?
Nick Valencia, thank you. John.
All right, we have been looking at different voting groups and what some of the polling shows us with them. Today we have a really important one for Donald Trump. With me, CNN senior data reporter, professor of numbers, Harry Etten. When we talk about Donald Trump, from the beginning of Donald Trump as a political figure, non-college white voters who did not go to college have been one of his key demographics.
It's been a key demographic for him. It's been his base. And this is what's so interesting, because we've seen so many groups this year moving in Donald Trump's direction. So you would think his core group, his base of support, would be doing the same. But in fact, it's moving a little bit away from him. So this is Trump's margin with non-college white voters. Unlike most voting blocs, this group is not moving towards him. It's actually moving slightly away. So you go back 8 years ago, he won him by 33. You go back 4 years ago, he won him by 31. Now what we look is we see that in the latest average of polls, he's only up by 27. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but given that we're seeing these double-digit gains, say, among black voters or among Hispanic voters in some of the polls, the fact that we're seeing this core group of supporters actually moving away from him, not just off of the 2016 baseline, but the 2020 baseline as well, I think that's a rather interesting development.
Shrinkage, as Donald Trump might say, based on what he said the last few days. Why could even a small difference with this group matter?
Why can a small difference with this group matter? Because look at what percentage of the electorate that they make up. So we can look nationally, right? Look at this. Non-college white voters make up 40% of the electorate. That's more than college whites at 29%. All other groups, voters of color at 28%. So this is something that we've seen throughout the board, right? Which is that Donald Trump is making huge gains with groups that make up a smaller percentage of the electorate, while he's losing a little bit. But these groups that he's losing a little bit of make up a much larger portion of the electorate. But more than that, you know, we're talking about the US of A, where they make up 40%. Why don't you go to those key Great Lake battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin? They have outsized import in those Great Lake battleground states. Non-college white voters, look at this. They make up the slim majority of voters at 51%. way more than college whites at 30%, way more than all other voters at 16%. So if you're seeing movement in the Great Lake battleground states among non-college whites, that could be a very big development, John.
Are we seeing movement in the battleground states among non-college whites?
Nothing quite like a leading question, my dear friend. Yes. We are. We're seeing the same pattern in the Great Lake battleground states that we're seeing nationally. That is small movement among non-college white voters. Again, you see it back in 2016, Donald Trump won them by 25. You see a small movement in 2020, Donald Trump winning them by 22. And look at that, what we are today. Again, Trump is ahead, but his margins are smaller. And when you have a shrinking margin for Donald Trump among his core group that makes up the majority of voters, it can make up for big shifts among smaller groups of the electorate. And this is why Kamala Harris is still in the ball game right now. It's because even though she's losing big league, she's losing big league among groups that make up a small portion of the electorate, and she's making it up among groups that make up a big portion of the electorate, even if the movements are small. But it's clear here.
That is very interesting. That is a clear downward slope in these key states among his key demographic. And if I can,
yes,
just for a second. Again, you know, as you're looking here, again, this is where Donald Trump has seen gains, but it's the smallest group in these top two.
That's exactly right. Among white voters and non-college whites and college whites especially, they make up a lion's share of the electorate. And so even if you're seeing small movements among these groups, among non-college whites, slightly larger among college whites, it more than makes up, or at least makes up for, the movement among voters of color, all others in this particular case, John.
All points to a very close election. Harriet, and thank you.
15 days to go.
Very much. Sarah?
All right, thank you guys so much. Breaking overnight, for the first time, other celebrities are being cited and accused of taking part in alleged abuse as 7 more lawsuits are filed against Sean Diddy Combs. And the latest on a deadly helicopter crash that brought down a communication tower. You see the fiery result. We'll have more that and more stories coming up. New this morning, it's not just Diddy being accused now. For the first time, lawsuits are exposing accusations against other celebrities at his parties. And this morning, there are disturbing details laid out in 7 new lawsuits filed against former music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. These suits include allegations of rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and false imprisonment. Now, celebrities are accused of being present or taking part in the alleged abuse. Combs is currently locked up without bond as he awaits trial on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges, which he has denied. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister is joining us now. What can you tell us? What's different about these allegations?
As you said, Sarah, really disturbing allegations in these 7 lawsuits, which come from 4 male accusers and 3 female accusers. These allegations span from the year 2000 to 2022, and all but one of these 7 accusers alleges that they were drugged by Combs before they were sexually assaulted. Those are some similar patterns that we have seen in past lawsuits against Combs. But what is different this time around, as you said, Sarah, for the first time ever in lawsuits against Combs, other celebrities are also directly accused of wrongdoing. Now, these celebrities are all anonymous. They are referred to as Celebrity A and Celebrity B, but I want to walk you through some of the claims. By the way, 2 of these lawsuits coming from Jane or John Does who allege they were minors at the time. One of the Jane Does alleges that she was a 13-year-old girl when she was allegedly raped and drugged by Combs in 2000 at a VMA after party. Now, she says that she was brought to this party by a limo driver who alleged that he worked for Combs and allegedly said that Combs likes younger girls. Now, I want to read you part of her lawsuit. It says, quote, after drinking just 1 drink, plaintiff began to feel woozy and lightheaded, making her need to lie down. The lawsuit goes on to say that soon after, Combs, along with a male and female celebrity, entered the room. Now, the lawsuit goes on to horrifying allegations where she said that Celebrity A, who was a male celebrity, then undressed her as she felt disoriented and raped her, while the other 2, Combs and Celebrity B, which is a female celebrity, watch. Now, another lawsuit, which comes from a male personal trainer in 2022, alleges that he was drugged and assaulted by Combs at a party in the Hollywood Hills that was an after party for an award show. He says that he lost complete consciousness, doesn't remember anything, but, quote, it says he was drugged and repeatedly sexually assaulted, end quote, by Combs and an unnamed celebrity.
Now, as I understand it, there are photos in some of the lawsuits that have just come out. What do you see in them?
Yes, there are photos in some of these lawsuits. They don't show any alleged wrongdoing, but what the attorneys say is that it allegedly places these accusers in the room of the same room as Combs. So one of these photos comes from a Ciroc party. Ciroc was Combs's vodka brand, and this was in 2022. It's from a male John Doe who says he was a businessman. And in this photo, which we see there, the other faces are blurred out, you see Combs at a table with Ciroc bottles. Now, another photo comes from a female Jane Doe who alleges that in 2014 she was drugged and raped by Combs at a Vegas after party in a hotel. And there, this photo from this accuser alleges that this was taken by her, posted on her Instagram, and allegedly shows Combs in the room where she says she was. Now, I do want to note I reached out to attorneys for Combs. They did not respond to these specific allegations in these 7 lawsuits, but they referred me to a past statement, Sarah, where they denied all allegations, saying that Mr. Combs has never, ever sexually assaulted anyone, male or woman, or any minor.
All right, Elizabeth Wagmeister, some very serious allegations coming out yet again on Sean Diddy Combs and now other celebrities. Thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Kate?
So millions of people in Cuba are waking up to darkness after the country's power grid failed for the 4th time in 3 days. This is some Cubans now taking to the streets to protest what's happening in this 3-day blackout. CNN's Patrick Ottman is in Havana tracking all of this. Patrick, what's going on here?
Well, another long dark night, I should say, where we did see more people come out and bang pots and pans because they are so frustrated, particularly as people's food begins to spoil. And, since Friday, most of the people in this country have not seen any power. I think I've only seen in an hour or two. The update is this morning is that some neighborhoods in Havana are reporting that power is being restored. But Kate, the problem is here is not just getting power back on, it's keeping the power on. We are talking about an aging Soviet-era system here, electrical system, that fails all the time, and over the last several days has just been absolutely in total blackout and left this island of 10 million people in the dark. Of course, you had Hurricane Oscar as well hitting the eastern end of Cuba. That complicated efforts, officials said, to restore power. But it really is just a story about a very aging system that the government has not been able to invest in over the years. They blame U.S. sanctions for not being able to get enough oil to run these power plants, and it really does seem that this power system is on its last legs, and officials here have not been able to get it up and keep it running. We should point out that Cuba's president also was on TV. I'm not sure how many people would have seen him because they didn't have power, warning people not to protest, saying that they could face consequences for doing so.
Patrick, thank you so much. Really appreciate the reporting. Good to see you, man. John.
All right, breaking overnight, at least 2 people have died with hundreds rescued after historic flash flooding in New Mexico. We have new video showing the Chavez County Sheriff stranded on top of his car. CNN's Derek Van Dam is with me now with the latest. What are we seeing here, Derek?
Yeah, well, we are so grateful for the Chavez County Sheriff going in and performing these rescues, but what happens when you have to rescue the rescuer, right? And that is the situation that unfolded for so many residents of Roswell. This is in eastern New Mexico. This all happened late Saturday into early Sunday morning, so evolving in the nighttime hours. And the floodwaters got so high that it swept away vehicles. It inundated businesses, buildings, and you'll see some of the damage aftermath in just one moment. But this is not a welcome sight, especially considering all the things that the country has gone through, considering what happened with Hurricane Helene and into the mountains of North Carolina just a few weeks ago. But these are very similar sites. You can see the caked mud on the streets here, buildings being swept away off of their foundations. Look at these cars, almost like they're toy vehicles, just washed up right along this bridge and stacked as well. You could just see the brute force of the water as it swept through Roswell, New Mexico. So why in the world did this happen? Well, we received nearly a half a year's total worth of rainfall in just one day's time. In fact, just a few hours' time. This is the wettest day on record for this particular location, and you can see why. This is rainfall accumulation from the storms that moved over the same areas for several hours. There's Roswell, a lot of the flooding occurring just to the south and west of the city. The good news is, John, the rain has ended, so we'll continue to dry things out, but now they're left with the cleanup process as the system continues to advance eastward. And yeah, that mud is very thick, and the damage is obviously very concerning as roads were completely washed out from this flood.
Wow. I mean, I've been there, an area not used to rain like this at all. Derek Van Dam, thank you very much. Sarah?
All right, ahead. A death row inmate is set to testify today before Texas lawmakers, days after his execution was halted. Could this testimony end up getting him off death row? And King Charles gets heckled during his visit to Australia by a lawmaker. What she's saying ahead. In the wake of the January 6th Capitol insurrection, major social media platforms responded by suspending accounts that spread misinformation. But since then, the social media industry has undergone a dramatic transformation, and now stopping the spread of such lies is actually harder. CNN tech reporter Brian Fung is joining me now from Washington. Brian, experts who study election misinformation are saying their jobs have gotten harder since 2020. Why?
Yes, Sarah, really, this is about a big shift from the 2016 to 2020 period when a lot of social media companies invested heavily in content moderation and election misinformation efforts to now rolling back a lot of those investments and saying we now don't need as much in the way of policies about that. You had companies engaging in mass layoffs, beginning with X, formerly Twitter, but then those also spread to other companies as well, hitting their trust and safety teams. And you had companies like Meta and YouTube allowing things like lies to be platformed once again on their platforms, claiming falsely that the 2020 election had been stolen. So a lot of fact checkers have been telling me, look, this makes it a lot harder for us to do our jobs. And in fact, one of them, Baybars Orsex from Logically Facts, a fact-checking organization, told me the impact of layoffs, budget cuts in journalism programs, and the crackdown on trust and safety teams at X and other major platforms have set troubling precedents as we approach the upcoming elections. Now, that's not the only thing that's happened. We've had GOP officials at all levels of government engaging in a broad campaign to discredit content moderation or to pass laws seeking to make content moderation by tech platforms harder. They've also engaged in lawsuits, filing lawsuits against the Biden administration, for example, that had sought to undermine partnerships between the U.S. government's election security teams and the tech companies, where the two sides would talk about election security threats to the U.S. election security infrastructure. And that had also been coming under attack by Republican officials in Louisiana and in Missouri. So all of this altogether has really contributed to a culture of intimidation that has made it raise the political costs of implementing some of these policies and programs by tech companies. And as one academic from George Washington University told me, quote, the platforms only ever took this as seriously as they felt they needed to. And with some of these changes since 2020, the pressure has now lifted on these companies to maintain the same level of vigilance that they had before. Sarah?
And if anything tells you that, the head of one of those companies has been reposting lies about the election. How are researchers adapting to this new, difficult environment?
Yeah, well, researchers say that they are trying to adapt to this new and more difficult environment. For example, even though researchers have lost access to much of Meta's platforms because Meta shut down a critical monitoring tool called CrowdTangle, and they no longer have access to Twitter or X because they've raised the cost of accessing that data, they say they're still looking at ads, still looking at TikTok, still looking at Telegram and other apps to see what they can find out ahead of the election. Sarah.
All right. Brian Fung, thank you so much for that reporting for us. John?
All right, 4 people, including a child, were killed after a helicopter crashed into a Houston communications tower, caused a huge explosion that could be heard and seen blocks away. There is video this morning of damage to the tower. You can see just how far that fire spread. The Navy has confirmed the deaths of 2 pilots who crashed during flight training near Mount Rainier. The plane crashed into a remote and heavily wooded area about 6,000 feet above sea level. Recovery teams are still at the scene collecting evidence. The cause of the crash is under investigation. So, King Charles received a not-so-royal welcome on a visit to the Australian Parliament. All right, I think we actually have, somewhere on the internet you can find her saying words out loud. Senator Lydia Thorpe represents an area home to much of Australia's indigenous population who lived for thousands of years on the continent before the arrival of British settlers 230 years ago. You can just imagine it when it's not a silent movie, Kate.
Yeah. But silent movies are also fun as well.
Yes.
This morning, it is unclear if a Texas death row inmate will be testifying as requested before state lawmakers today. Robert Robertson was scheduled to be executed last week for the 2002 death of his 2-year-old daughter. He would have become the first person in the United States to be put to death for a conviction related to shaken baby syndrome. At the last minute, the Texas Supreme Court halted that execution, halted at least in part because of this request from Texas lawmakers to hear him testify. CNN's Ed Lavandera following all of this. So, Ed, what is going to happen now?
Well, we appear to be at an impasse right now. Essentially, as you mentioned, Robert Robertson is expected to testify at noon Central Time here today at the Texas Capitol in front of this House committee that issued the subpoena that essentially saved his life last week. But it's not clear that is going to happen. We've spoken with Robertson's attorney and over the last 24 hours, and what they're describing is a situation where what we have seen in the last few days is the Texas Attorney General has sent a letter to that House committee saying that they would only provide Robert Robertson to testify virtually. Those lawmakers have made it clear since last week, as well as Robertson's lawyers, that they want the death row inmate to testify in person. And essentially, Robertson's lawyers saying their hands are tied right now, that the Attorney General has interjected and is not respecting the subpoena that has been issued for Robertson. And that is the situation that we find ourselves right in. Some real clear questions as to about whether or not this is actually going to happen in person in the coming hours as was originally planned. The Attorney General sent a letter to the chairman of the committee that issued the subpoena over the weekend saying that because of public safety issues as well as concerns for Robert Robertson's well-being, that they would provide him to testify virtually. And that is not what the lawmakers and Robertson's lawyers want in this situation. So we will see how this plays out in the next few hours. Kate?
So as this plays out in the next few hours, there's also just the other major issue of his attorneys and a whole group of people who are trying to fight to prove what they say is his innocence in court. And where does that stand?
Well, exactly, and that's the bigger issue here. While these sides kind of fight over this subpoena and how Robertson will appear here at the Capitol, the bigger fight is still unresolved for Robertson's legal team and his advocates. Robertson's lawyers have been saying for months now that they believe they have medical evidence that proves his innocence, but so far they have not been able to get that evidence in front of a court that can either call for a new trial or provide his exoneration. That fight continues. They have some more time, though, that because of this subpoena, the next execution date that could be set wouldn't happen until sometime next year. So Robertson's lawyers will continue to work on that front while this subpoena issue continues to work itself out today.
For sure. All right, let's see what happens in the next couple hours. Thank you so much, Ed. It's great to see you. Thank you for following all this. A new hour of CNN News Central starts now.
Kamala Harris says Donald Trump demeans the presidency after his expletive-laden, phallic-obsessive, meandering campaign rallies. And also some breaking news. Jill Biden, moments ago, with revealing comments about her husband's decision to drop out of the race. We've got explosive new details in 7 new civil lawsuits against Sean Combs. This time, other celebrities are also accused of taking part in the alleged sex crimes. In a hearing today for the veteran charged with killing a homeless Michael Jackson impersonator on the subway. I'm John Berman with Kate Baldwin and Sarah Seidner. This is CNN News Central.
Two weeks and a day. That's it. That's all there is until one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. This morning, the battle over battleground states is getting more intense. Very soon, Kamala Harris heading to not 1 but 3 so-called blue wall states with conservative Republican ally Liz Cheney. And Donald Trump today makes 3 stops of his own in storm-ravaged North Carolina. With more than 13 million pre-election votes already now cast, both candidates this morning are now vying for critical, on-the-fence voters who still, somehow, have not made up their minds. As for the pitch to win them over, the candidates' choices and closing remarks feel more apart than ever. CNN's Elena Treen is closely following Team Trump. Elena, Trump's comments over the last 48 hours have been vulgar, lewd, filled with dark rhetoric. Can we expect more of that today?
I think you can, Sarah. And this isn't just the last 48 hours. I've really noticed over the last couple weeks now that Donald Trump has been escalating this rhetoric. He's escalating the personal attacks on Harris. He's escalating that dark imagery that he is painting of America, particularly when it comes to undocumented immigrants in this country. And as you mentioned, he is, his speeches are becoming more profane and more vulgar. We heard him issue a number of curse words over the weekend while in Pennsylvania. And it's really interesting because this weekend in particular, when he was giving some of these, odd anecdotes, including the one about Arnold Palmer and his genitals, I mean, that came just after a top senior Trump advisor had told reporters that this was going to be the start, this weekend of him campaigning all over Pennsylvania, was going to be the start of him delivering his closing arguments in this final stretch before November 5th. And I will say, in the middle of some of that, like I said, his remarks were kind of all over the place, but in the middle of it, we did get glimpses of what that closing message would be. At one point, he said that with your support, we will bring back our nation's strength, dominance, prosperity, and pride. He said that he would deliver the golden age back to America. That is what I know that closing message is supposed to be. But of course, I do think it's getting lost in some of the broader rhetoric that Donald Trump is using. Now, I do also want to talk about that stop he did yesterday at McDonald's, because it was very clear that it was a moment where he was trying to troll the Harris campaign. But he is doing more of these kinds of stops in the lead up to November 5th. And I'm told it's because they think this is when Donald Trump is his best, when he looks a little bit more relatable, when he's talking one-on-one with people. We saw him do that last week as well when he was in New York. He visited a barbershop in the Bronx. We actually just got new sound from that. I want you to take a listen to what he said.
To get the criminals, the murderers, you got to get them out. You got to get them out fast before they prey on our people. And we're going to do 2 things. Interest rates are going down. It's going to be brought down. It's going to be brought down fast, but much more importantly and quicker, we're going to drill, baby, drill. You've heard that, right? Drill, baby, drill.
So a lot of comments there. He's talking about the border, about the economy, about energy. Clearly the top issues that his campaign really believes that he is doing better on as compared to Kamala Harris. But similar, like I said, similar to that McDonald's stop over the weekend, I'd remind you that when he was in the Bronx last week at this barber shop, he told people in the room, I'm just like you. We're actually very similar. I also grew up in New York. I grew up in Queens. This is them trying to make Donald Trump seem more relatable and more down to earth. Is it working? Unclear, but that's what these stops are looking like. Now, as for North Carolina today, you mentioned 3 stops there. I mean, it is very clear how hard Donald Trump's team is aggressively running after North Carolina. He won it in 2016. He also won it in 2020. They are very much hoping that this is something they can continue to be victorious in just 15 days now. But it is interesting as well. I do want to just quick point out, Sarah, that in North Carolina, we have actually seen an incredible number of early voting. That will be some of Donald Trump's message to continue continue voting early, to vote by mail, even as we know his rhetoric in the past has not been encouraging, I would argue, Republicans to do so. But clearly they need to use all the tools they can right now to turn out their voters. Sarah?
All right. Elena Trine, thank you so much for all that reporting for us this morning. Kate?
And today, Kamala Harris is heading to battleground states as well and getting an assist from an unlikely ally. The vice president is making stops in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and joined by former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. A bipartisan show of force, they hope, convinces undecided voters and strengthens blue wall support. These stops come as the Harris campaign is reporting a massive fundraising number starting October with $346 million compared to Donald Trump's $285 million. CNN's Danny Freeman is in Chester County, Pennsylvania. That is where Vice President Harris will be headed today, at least one of the stops. What are you expecting to see?
Well, listen, Kate, it's going to be an incredibly busy day for Vice President Kamala Harris, and that's following an already very busy weekend. But while the weekend was really focused on rallying black voters, she was in Detroit and Atlanta with Lizzo and Usher, even Stevie Wonder singing her happy birthday yesterday. Today, the campaign is back in the suburbs, as you noted, of some of these Rust Belt states. And the focus here is really trying to appeal to more conservative and moderate, particularly women out here. Now, right now, we're in Chester County, Kate, as you noted. It's one of the all-important suburban collar counties in Philadelphia. Make no mistake, this is a blue county, but back in 2012, it was actually the only collar county of the Philadelphia suburbs that voted for Mitt Romney. It is affluent, it is highly educated, and interestingly enough, it had the highest percentage of Nikki Haley voters back in the Republican primary of the Philadelphia suburban counties. So this is why we're expecting to see Vice President Harris joined by former Congresswoman Liz Cheney here in just a matter of hours. And Kate, I think you can also expect then to see, or rather hear, the Vice President continue some of these attacks addressing some of the vulgarity that we heard from former President Donald Trump back on the weekend on the other side of the state in western Pennsylvania. Here's a little bit of what Vice President Harris said addressing some of those vulgar comments.
And what you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He has not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
Now, Kate, after this event that'll happen around noon, the Vice President will head to the suburbs of Detroit and then finish her day out in Milwaukee. Again, a very busy day here in these Rust Belt states. And I'll note, Kate, Vice President Harris will be back in the Philadelphia suburbs on Wednesday for a town hall with CNN. Kate?
They definitely know where this election is very potentially going to be decided. Just follow the travel plans over these last 2 weeks. Great to see you, Danny. Thank you very much. John.
Right with us now, CNN political commentator Karen Finney and former public policy director for Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, Lanhee Chen. I want to start, Lonnie, with the importance of a closing message. Elena Trine was saying that the Trump campaign was saying, look at this weekend. It will be Trump's closing message. So what is the importance of a closing message, and what happens when it gets muddled with vulgarity and Oliver Palmer's junk?
Look, there are clearly a significant number of voters who remain undecided in the swing states, and that is going to be decisive if you look at what's happening in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, you know, the states we talk about all the time. And particularly as you know how focused voters are on the economy and on the border, I think, those are two issues for Trump that are potential strengths for him if he's able to land that closing message. So this is going to be absolutely critical that the key message has to be delivered by the key messenger, who is the candidate. And so the degree to which that candidate is not delivering that message, there's a problem there. And so this is going to be the key issue, I think, for the Trump campaign down here in the close. The one thing I will say is that it's very clear they are going entirely directly after this white working class demographic. They're looking to drive up the number of male voters given the gender gap. And so everything that you're seeing, from the dialogue that the former president's engaged in to the language he's using, is in some ways designed to motivate that base. And in fact, he may have found something that will actually capture their attention, going to McDonald's, speaking with these vulgarities. That might be something that ends up working to his advantage with that population particularly.
And Karen, the Harris campaign's closing argument seems to be, look at Donald Trump?
Well, I think it's a little more than that. Here's why I'm the person who's in this race for you. I'm focused on the middle class. I'm focused on bringing down your costs. He's focused on himself. He's focused on grievance. And I guess he's focused on Arnold Palmer's situation. And I'll tell you, it's interesting, John. I spent the day yesterday in Pennsylvania actually knocking on doors. And some of what I heard, and these are white blue-collar voters, and they raised concerns that even having voted for him previously, this time he's focused seems to be just grievance, and he's just angry, and I don't know what he's going to do for us. We're not sure, and they're worried about Social Security and Medicare. And I raised that to say the problem that Trump has is voters aren't hearing much about themselves in this closing argument, and if he can't be trusted to deliver a closing argument, I think voters are asking themselves, well, how can we trust him to look out for us? And so what Harris needs to keep doing is talking about what she will deliver for voters and keep them front and center in the conversation.
Karen, very quickly, we just had this new sound come in of Jill Biden, the First Lady. She was in the White House with Good Morning America, and she talked about Joe Biden's decision to drop out. Listen.
So it'll be tough to maybe step away from it, but we're starting a new chapter of our lives, a new journey.
The notion that maybe he might have gone for re-election, do you regret it, that you won't have yet another chance to be here for another 4 years?
We've been in politics over 50 years. I think we're ready for the new journey.
Was it the right call?
It was the right call.
The right call, Karen. Any doubts when you're knocking on doors in rural Pennsylvania, which was Biden country?
Yeah, no, actually, because again, the energy and enthusiasm that we've seen. I mean, look, Vice President Harris, remember, in that first month, she moved 15 points among base demographics where President Biden just was not, we had not seen those numbers budge for months. And I would rather be us today than the Trump campaign because we have more voters that we could potentially get in these last few days than I think they do.
Lonnie, I've saved this for you because I want to put us both back in the time machine, back to when I was covering Mitt Romney in 08 and 012. And a headline that I think I would have called and asked you about, it would have been a big deal on the campaign trail. The Washington Post, talking about the Committee for a Responsible Budget, came out with a study today that found that Donald Trump's proposals would deplete, basically, the Social Security Trust Fund in 6 years. Now, again, when I had less gray hair, this would have been a giant deal in a campaign, wouldn't it? I mean, as something saying that a policy thing on Social Security, what used to be the third rail of politics, wouldn't that be something that campaigns would focus on?
Well, we both had a lot less gray hair then, and I think somehow the politics of the last few years has accelerated this graying. But there's no question that there was a time and an age when all of these policy contrast mattered. I mean, you recall in 2012, there was a huge debate over Mitt Romney's tax plan and what the implications of that plan would be for middle-income Americans and all of the analyses that were done by the think tanks. Now it really feels like a lot of this is noise, but these are very, very important points that are being made about both candidates' policy proposals in terms of what the impact will be on the fiscal ledger for the United States. And it is something I hope voters look at and they pay attention to, because ultimately programs like Social Security, as an example, these programs are headed for trouble, fiscal trouble, unless policymakers do something about it. So yeah, John, the environment's changed completely. We've gone from an environment that was arguably policy light to one that's policy free. And obviously that's regretful when I look at it, for sure.
As a policy guy, as someone who ran policy for a policy-driven candidate, I can see why that might bug you. Lonnie Chen, Karen Finney, thanks to both of you. I appreciate it. Sarah?
All right. For the first time ever, other celebrities are also being accused of taking part in alleged assaults in some of the cases against Sean Diddy Combs. This morning, there are 7 new lawsuits against Combs and some pictures that have been released. The details ahead. Plus, a horrific crash in Texas with a fiery ending. What happened that left 4 people dead, including a child? And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin making a surprise stop in Ukraine, where he made a surprise announcement about military aid to Ukraine. Those stories ahead.
Breaking news this morning, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has made a surprise visit to Ukraine, where he's also announced a new $400 million aid package for the country's war efforts against Russia's invasion. Austin is meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky while he's there and is expected to wrap up this visit with a major speech on why Ukraine matters to U.S. national security. The timing of this can't be missed. This visit likely his last before the election, an election where future and continued U.S. support for Ukraine hangs squarely in the balance. Joining us right now is John Bolton, the former national security advisor under Donald Trump and former U.S. ambassador to the UN. Ambassador, thank you for coming in. So, Austin trying to make the case here why supporting Ukraine matters, and the fate of future American military aid is seriously in question right now. What do you think, just looking at the rhetoric you've heard, especially on the campaign trail and where things stand, what do you think that future looks like come January?
Well, I think if Harris is elected, the odds are the policy will largely remain the same, which is unfortunate because at that point, when she takes the oath, just almost exactly 3 years after Russia's invasion, it's reached gridlock. And in a war of attrition, which is what it's turned into, the bigger country usually beats the smaller country because the Biden administration failed to adopt a more strategic approach, deliver the aid in a strategic approach, and really do more to counter the Russian aggression. If Trump is elected, I think Ukraine's in a difficult, nearly impossible spot based on what Trump has said, what his vice presidential candidate has said. I think we're near the end of U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, and I think if at some point Putin made a move to have a diplomatic resolution, it would end up with a Trump administration support. Very, very worrisome for the outcome.
I want to play something that we heard from Donald Trump late last week, speaking about President Zelensky specifically. Listen to this, Ambassador.
I think Zelensky's one of the greatest salesmen I've ever seen. Every time he comes in, we give him $100 billion. Who else got that kind of money in history? There's never been. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean I don't want to help him, because I feel very badly for those people. But he should never have let that war start.
His view on this war says what to you?
Well, that he doesn't understand it any better today than he did in 2018 and 2019 when I served in the White House, and that should be disturbing too. Look, his vice president has said that a settlement the U.S. could accept, which is basically a ceasefire along existing lines with a new de facto border allowing Russia to have doubled its control over Ukraine territory in this war, a demilitarized zone, and a Ukrainian commitment not to join NATO. In the Kremlin, they're saying, well, that sounds great. We've made a mistake. We should have asked for more. We would have gotten it. That's the future I'm worried about for Ukraine and a Trump administration.
You've been one of the former Trump advisors, officials in his administration that have been featured prominently in Harris campaign ads. As they're trying to show the country that Donald Trump is dangerous. He still has an edge with voters on the question of handling national security. If your warnings about Donald Trump are falling on deaf ears somewhat when you see the polling like that, what do you take from that, Ambassador?
Well, to be clear, I'm not going to vote for either Harris or Trump because I don't think either one of them are fit to be president. I think the problem is not that people are not listening to the likes of me. I think many Republicans, including a lot I talk to, who don't like Trump's character or lack thereof, don't like his positions on national security, don't like much about him, are worried about Harris and her failure to prove that she's not, in Gene Kirkpatrick's famous phrase, a San Francisco Democrat. I think that's the real problem. A lot of people voted for Joe Biden in 2020, not me, that's for sure, but a lot of people did because they thought he would be a safe pair of hands. We'd leave the turmoil of the Trump years, and he'd be a centrist. And he didn't turn out to be a centrist. So I think they're skeptical of Harris's latest comments on policy, and I just think she's failed to make the persuasive arguments to convince people to vote for her rather than Trump.
I also want to ask you about Israel, because the United States now says it's investigating a leak of highly classified U.S. intelligence about Israel's plans for retaliation against Iran. The documents are marked top secret. They describe preparations Israel appears to be making for that strike against Iran. When it comes to, do you think this leak could impact how Israel decides to retaliate?
Well, I think it already is. I mean, to the extent that news reports are accurate, and that's all I have to go on, these are reports from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which implies they're overhead pictures of Israeli deployments, not so much targets in Iran, but what Israel is currently doing. And that kind of information, whether it's in pictures or words, could tell Iran a lot about what Israel may be thinking. I don't think we know at this point whether it's a leak or a hack, but I will tell you for over a year now, more like a year and a half, a lot of people have been very worried about whether Iran and Iranian sympathizers have penetrated this administration. Their chief negotiator, to go back into the Iran nuclear deal, has been suspended from his job for over a year because of problems with safeguarding classified information. The administration has stonewalled Congress. I don't know what this is. This could be a leak. It could be a hack. But I tell you, when you add up all the things that have appeared about America's Iran policy or what Israel is up to in the past, it's very disturbing. And I think the administration really should come clean on this and make it clear that they're concerned about Iran's efforts, whether to hack in or to use leakers and others to provide them information.
Yeah, which is exactly what the point of the investigation is right now, is to get to the bottom of exactly how this happened and the motivation behind it. Ambassador Bolton, thank you. John.
All right, the breaking news. Sean Combs named in 7 new lawsuits overnight, including 2 from accusers who say they were minors when they were allegedly drugged and assaulted. And jury selection begins in the manslaughter trial for the man accused of putting a homeless man into a deadly chokehold on a subway.
New this morning, Sean Diddy Combs is now facing 7 new lawsuits today. And for the first time, other celebrities are being accused alongside the former music mogul. In the filings, Combs is accused of rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and false imprisonment. And among the accusers, a woman who says she was 13 years old at the time of the alleged sexual assault. Now, he is currently being held without bond as he awaits trial on federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering, all of which he denies. Let's get to CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister. She's got much more on these new details that are coming out. What are you learning, Elizabeth?
Good morning, Kate. These are just horrifying allegations across these 7 new lawsuits, which come from all anonymous accusers, both male and female. Now, 2 of these accusers allege that they were minors at the time. As you said, one says that she was a 13-year-old girl. Another said that he was a 17-year-old boy. Now, as you mentioned, this is the first time that other celebrities are directly accused of wrongdoing in these lawsuits. Now, these celebrities are not named, so we do not know who they are. We do not know what these accusers' definition of a celebrity is. No indication as to who these people are. But one of the accusers, the 13-year-old girl, alleges that in the year 2000 that she was drugged and raped by Combs and assaulted by 2 other celebrities. She said that she was brought to this MTV VMA after party by a limo driver who alleged that he worked for Combs. He allegedly told this young girl that Combs liked younger girls. When she arrived, she alleges that she was forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and she was given 1 drink, which soon made her very woozy and disoriented. Now, Kate, I want to read you part of this lawsuit, and again, these allegations are very disturbing. It says, quote, after drinking just 1 drink, plaintiff began to feel woozy and lightheaded, making her need to lie down. Soon after, Combs, along with a male and female celebrity, entered the room. Now, she goes on to allege in her lawsuit that one of these unnamed celebrities, who is called Celebrity A in the lawsuit, a male celebrity, then undressed her and raped her, while Combs and the other celebrity, who is named Celebrity B and allegedly is a female celebrity, watched. Then the allegations get even worse. She says that then Combs allegedly raped her while the other two watched, Kate.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for bringing these 7 new lawsuits against Sean Combs to light. Thank you very much. Sarah.
All right, happening today, jury selection begins in the manslaughter trial of a former Marine charged with killing a homeless man on a Manhattan subway train. In May of last year, witnesses said Jordan Neely boarded a train and began acting erratically, with some witnesses saying that he was threatening people on the train. So Daniel Penny placed him eventually in a chokehold. Neely later died at the hospital. Gloria Pazmino has been following all of this. Jordan's death led to protests that really polarized the city and some of the rest of the United States. What can we expect today?
And it's possible that the trial will do that all over again, Sarah. We're at the beginning stages. Jury selection will begin today. And part of what we're going to see today is both the defense and the prosecution looking to sit a jury that are going to share something that many New Yorkers have in common, and that is riding the subway every single day. As you said, Daniel Penny was riding the subway. He sees Jordan Neely get onto the subway car, and Jordan Neely begins to talk and rant about being hungry, about being thirsty. He says that he's not scared to go to jail. And Penny interprets this as the fact that this is a dangerous situation, that maybe Neely is going to hurt someone. So he takes him down in a chokehold, and this whole interaction is captured on bystander video. He brings him down to the floor. He ties his legs around him. He holds him there for 6 minutes, and we see that Neely stops moving and loses consciousness. Now, Neely dies at the hospital later that evening, and now Daniel Penny is accused of manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. Now, the prosecution's case will largely hinge on this video, and they're going to say that he simply went too far. Now, the defense will argue that there were people on that train who were afraid. In fact, we know from grand jury testimony that some people did say, yes, I was a little bit uncomfortable, I was a little bit worried, while other people said, it was just another day riding in the New York City subway. Now, one very important element of this case, Sarah, is that it's going to illustrate two important issues about New York City and how people feel about them. One, that the subway sometimes, especially after the pandemic, crime rates went up. There had been incidents of people being pushed onto the tracks. While others say that it exposes a key failure by the city of New York to do what is needed for the most vulnerable, people who are homeless, experiencing mental health challenges. So that is going to expose those two really challenging parts of living in the city, and we'll see what this jury is eventually made up of. It's expected to last at least 6 weeks.
And some of the societal issues will certainly come in. Gloria Pazmino, thank you so much for that update on the story. Appreciate it. John?
Right, deadly flash floods necessitate hundreds of rescues, including a sheriff who was left trapped on top of his truck. And then $1 billion. Brand new fundraising numbers shattering records. Vice President Harris hits all 3 blue wall states today, then goes back to Pennsylvania again for the CNN town hall. And this comes as we learned overnight that she really broke records with a huge fundraising haul, $346 million cash on hand at this point. You can see ahead of what Donald Trump has raised more than $1 billion in just a 3-month period. That hadn't been done ever. With us now, senior spokesperson for the Harris Walks campaign, Ian Sams. Ian, nice to see you this morning. There was a headline in the New York Times that grabbed my attention. It said, starring in Kamala Harris's closing argument, Donald Trump, and went on to say that Harris has made a notable shift in strategy. Why?
Well, thanks for having me. I think that we're here on the home stretch of this campaign, 2 weeks ago to Election Day. And right now, fundamentally, the choice is coming into crystal clear focus for the American people. Vice President Harris is out there, like you said, today in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And what's she doing? She's campaigning with former conservative Congresswoman Liz Cheney. She's expanding her appeal. She's drawing more people in. There was an Emerson poll this weekend that said if you've made up your mind in the last few weeks, by 20 points, more than 20 points, you're breaking for Vice President Harris. And what is Donald Trump doing at the same time? Donald Trump is talking a bunch of mess. He's talking about a dead golfer's anatomy on stage. He's attacking his fellow Americans as the enemy within. Just this morning, just about 30, 40 minutes ago, J.D. Vance was on Fox News Channel, and he defended calling fellow Americans the enemy within. So this is the choice that people are going to see. Are we going to have somebody who's trying to reach out and be a president for all Americans, bringing conservatives and Republicans into the fold of a new vision for the country that actually focuses on people's needs? Or are we going to go back to the chaos and the crazy of Donald Trump? And I think that people are trying to make that choice right now. And so it's very, very important that we as a campaign and that the vice president presents that choice to the American people.
Talking more about him than herself, though?
Well, I think that's just not true. Anybody who watches one of her speeches will see that about 50-50 is it's about her and about him. And I think that that's exactly what the American people are trying to think through right now, too. Are we going to go with someone who spent their whole lives, as she says, fighting for the people, someone who started out as a prosecutor in a courtroom, taking on criminals, taking on fraudsters, taking on violent offenders, as Attorney General who took on transnational gangs who were smuggling drugs across the border? Are we going to go with a vice president who helped cap the prescription drug prices for seniors and who has real plans to actually make sure that those same seniors have in-home care covered under Medicare? Or are we going to go back to Donald Trump, who, as far as I can tell, in these closing days of the campaign, has no argument for the American people? Not a single thing that he is saying is focused on actually helping people in their lives. He's focused on himself, and he's focused on the dangerous and divisive rhetoric that he is so known for. And so I think that right now you're seeing both of those things come into crystal focus as people continue to be drawn toward Vice President Harris and her message.
Why do you think there are still undecided voters then? If what you say is true, how you see it is so clear, why are there still people out there who do not see it as clearly as you do, who do not hear the Arnold Palmer comments as disqualifying?
Well, look, people are still trying to make up their mind. We live in a very divided country. It's going to be an extremely close election. Both candidates have consolidated their party's support behind them. We're competing for a very small sliver of voters who are still trying to make up their mind. And it's understandable. People are living their lives. People are busy. People are taking care of their kids. They're going to work. They may not be paying as close attention to politics as you and I are, John. But when they do pay attention, it's in the final few weeks before the election. And so when they're trying to decide, I'm trying to figure out who's looking out for me. How's my life going to get better in the next 4 years? And when they're hearing the choice between Vice President Harris, who's actually offering real ideas for them and who's actually focused on the future, who's actually focused on their lives,
do you think,
or they hear Donald Trump sort of talking all this mess, I think that that's going to help crystallize the choice for that small number of voters who are still trying to make up their mind.
Does it blot out the sun, though? Do they hear her arguments if all that is being discussed is, again, Arnold Palmer?
Well, I don't think that's all that's being discussed. Again, you're going to hear her today out across the country with Congresswoman Liz Cheney talking about her vision for the country, of bringing people together, of being united, but also being united behind a vision. She got a lot of attention recently for her media blitz, including where she went on The View, and she talked about her plan for the sandwich generation, parents who are trying to take care of kids and also an aging parent at the same time, and how she has real ideas for childcare, how she has real ideas to make sure that seniors have their in-home care covered by Medicare. And millions of people saw that. And so I think that when you think about whether it's breaking through, that her message is breaking through, we're starting to see some results. There's a major AP national poll out this morning asking, who do you trust on issues? She's leading on lowering housing costs. She's leading by 12 points on cutting middle-class taxes. She's leading by 24 points on protecting people's reproductive freedoms. So these are the real concrete ideas that she's offering to the country, and you're starting to see real results that it's breaking through and people are listening.
Ian Sams, thanks for being with us this morning. Take care. Kate?
Coming up for us, we have new video of just in showing the moment a helicopter crashes into a radio tower in Texas. And this is with 4 people on board. All 4 were killed. And at least 2 people were killed after severe flash flooding in New Mexico. Nearly 300 people needing to be rescued. The torrential rain bringing nearly half a year's worth of rainfall in just a few hours. We'll be back. This morning, at least 2 people are dead in Roswell, New Mexico after severe flash flooding there. The flooding sent also at least 38 people to the hospital and sparked dramatic rescue scenes across the state. Just look at this video. Rescue operations are ongoing today, and crews have already been called to help save 290 people from the floods. That included some of their own. One county sheriff got stranded and recorded himself as he sat on top of his car in the middle of the floodwaters.
Travis County Sheriff Mike Harrington. At this time, I am sitting on the roof of my cop car, my police truck. I am completely surrounded by water.
This weekend, cities were breaking records all over the place from this rain. Roswell, as I mentioned, saw nearly 6 inches of rain Saturday, the most rain ever recorded there in one day. Sarah?
It's just unbelievable how quickly that happened. All right, new this morning. Surveillance footage captures the moment a helicopter crashed into a Houston communications tower, killing all 4 people on board, including a child. It happened shortly after takeoff from Ellington Airport, just 17 miles from the crash site. Joining us now from Houston are Rosa Flores. What do we know about this crash? Oop, that is Wagmeister and Danny Freeman. I think we are missing our. There she is, Rosa Flores. Hey, girl. Thank you for being here. This is a really, really, really disturbing crash. Looking at the site, and now there's some video.
Sarah, yes, good morning. We are learning more from the NTSB as well as from the mayor's office, but let me start with the NTSB because we just received this email, and according to the NTSB, the preliminary information, this is a statement, quote, we have is that the helicopter was operating as an air tour flight when it crashed into a radio tower under unknown circumstances. A post-impact fire ensued. Now, just to be clear, I followed up with the NTSB to ask about what the statement says, that this was an air tour flight, to see if this was a commercial tour flight, like a sightseeing flight. And they replied moments ago saying that that is their preliminary understanding. Again, that this was a commercial tour flight or a sightseeing flight. Now, according to the mayor's office, they say that the mayor and members of the Houston Police Department and the Houston Fire Department have been meeting with the likely family members of the victims. And they use the word likely because it will be the medical examiner who will be announcing those names. And Sarah, I believe we are out of time, so I will toss back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Rosa Flores, for that. Jeez.
Really sad.
Yeah.
Big day in the campaign trail today. We'll be following the candidates with multiple stops in key states. This has been CNN News Central. John Berman, Kate Baldwin, Sarah Seidner. Newsroom's up next.
And much more. Get the most from Medicare with the Humana Medicare Advantage Plan. Call today to learn more. Remember, annual enrollment for Medicare Advantage plans ends December 7th. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Witnessing it in real time.
And the message from Donald Trump is this.
So you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough, that you just can't take it anymore. We can't stand you. You're a vice president. Arnold Palmer was all man. He took showers with the other pros. They came out of there, they said, oh my God. But when you look at Shifty Schiff and some of the others, yeah, they are to me the enemy from within.
Good Monday morning. You're live in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Erica Hill in for Jim Acosta. A busy start to the week for both Harris and Trump on the campaign trail. Let's dive right in with CNN's Danny Freeman, who's in Malvern, Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia. Kristen Holmes is in Concord, North Carolina, which is just outside of Charlotte. Kristen, let's start with you here. So Donald Trump making a campaign stop over the weekend at a McDonald's. Clearly continuing, perhaps, with this trolling that he's done of the vice president. Walk us through what happened in that photo op.
Yeah, I mean, Erica, this should be described for exactly what it was, which, as you said, was a campaign photo op. The restaurant itself was closed, unsurprisingly. The Secret Service does not really allow him to do these kind of off-the-record events unless the venue itself is closed, but it gave him an opportunity to focus on something that he's really been fixated on for the last several months, and that is Kamala Harris's tenure at McDonald's. She has said that when she was younger, she worked the French fry machine at McDonald's. Donald Trump has said that that's simply not true. He has absolutely no evidence of that, but he has continued to hammer that point almost to a point of obsession. And of course, he did it again when he was in McDonald's over the weekend at this franchise in Pennsylvania. Take a listen.
I'm looking for a job, and I've always wanted to work at McDonald's, but I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So if you don't mind, I want to work the French fry counter.
Now, Donald Trump and his team relish in these kind of photo ops. They relish in this kind of trolling, and how the voter sees it really largely depends on where you fall on the political spectrum. Conservatives, Republicans, they loved that he did it. Democrats, they said that it was silly. We heard some Democrats saying that he was making fun of McDonald's workers. But again, we lived in such a polarizing time that it really depends on where you stand. Now, one thing I do want to note, as you noted, I am here in North Carolina, a state that is considered a critical battleground state, and one that when Joe Biden was at the top of the ticket, Donald Trump and Republicans felt like was in the bag. I will let you decide, or let our viewers decide how they feel now, given that they have 2 events, 2 days of events in North Carolina this close to the election. Obviously, they are feeling some heat in this state today.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny, when we look at the schedule for Kamala Harris today, right, she is really pressing hard in these blue wall states.
Yeah, that's right, Erica. If this past weekend for Vice President Kamala Harris was all about rallying black voters in cities like Atlanta and Detroit, she had Lizzo, she had Usher, she had Stevie Wonder singing her happy birthday. Today is really all about the suburbs specifically of these blue wall or these Rust Belt states. And the goal of the Harris campaign, you can see by the tone of some of these events, is really aimed at targeting some of these suburban, moderate, and frankly conservative women. And this area that we are in right now is really indicative of what the day is going to be like. We're in Chester County, Pennsylvania right now, one of these all-important suburban collar counties. Interestingly enough, make no mistake, Chester County is a blue county, but back in 2012, it was actually one of the counties, one of the only suburban collar counties that went for Mitt Romney, and it was considered a big problem when former President Donald Trump lost this county back in 2016. It was considered a step backwards for Republicans in this particular area. This area is affluent, it's highly educated, and most interestingly, perhaps for the purposes of this campaign, Erica, is that this collar county had the highest percentage of Nikki Haley voters voting in that Pennsylvania Republican primary this past year. All the more reason why you can expect to see Vice President Harris here alongside former Congresswoman Liz Cheney in just a matter of maybe an hour and a half or so. The goal here is to, again, rally conservative and moderate women. And it's been a strategy that we've seen the Harris campaign employing not just today, but also last week as well. I was in Bucks County, not too far from where we are here, another suburb of Philadelphia, where she held an event with 100 Republicans trying to say that this ticket, the Harris-Walz campaign, is a unity bipartisan ticket. The messaging there was all about putting country over party. I think that that's exactly what you can expect to hear from the campaign today, again, from this event and perhaps the others along the Rust Belt states as well. Erica?
Let's look at Harris's day. You know, Kristen, as you mentioned, the fact that the former president is there in North Carolina today. What more specifically do we know about these stops and who he's hoping to really connect with?
Well, one thing I think is very interesting when you hear Danny talking now is this idea of Harris trying to reach out to these moderate women voters, particularly suburban women voters. One of the things that Donald Trump's team seems to really have realized in the last several weeks is that this gender gap is real. It's not just real for Donald Trump, it's real for Republicans across the board, and they are trying to make up for it in any way that they possibly can. Now, here in North Carolina, what I would expect for us to see from him is, one, he is going to an area that was hit by Hurricane Helene. As we know, know. He is, again, without evidence, claimed that FEMA is not helping. He has said that there is no federal response in these areas, something that we know not to be true from the people that are actually on the ground, but expect him to be talking about that. Then he is going to potentially take questions there. Then he's going to a faith event here where we are in Concord, which is just outside of Charlotte. Again, when you talk about these faith events, we know Donald Trump himself is not a particularly religious man, but they are trying to reach these suburban voters, particularly these suburban women voters, by trying to soften his image. Now, whether or not that works by attending an event here when over the weekend he was talking about Arnold Palmer's genitalia during a rally there, it really doesn't make the gap, it doesn't close the gap when it comes to women voters. But one of the things they are really going to try to do in these last final weeks is, one, try to reach those women suburban voters, and two, try to also reach those low propensity voters, people who don't usually engage with politics in a traditional way, and drive them to the polls in November, trying to make sure they actually cast a ballot when they head to those polls.
Yeah, every vote. We know every vote counts in every election, but especially this year. Obviously, both candidates want to see as many people get out and vote as possible. Jenny, these comments that the former president made over the weekend, railing on her time as vice president, he had some more choice words, but, you know, it's still early in the day, so I won't say those. She is pushing back on that.
That's right. Former President Trump made vulgar comments. He also, specifically I should say, about Vice President Harris and her time in the Biden administration. He also made those comments in a rambling anecdote about Arnold Palmer, as Kristen noted. That was back on Saturday on the western part of Pennsylvania. Take a listen to how Vice President Harris addressed specifically those vulgar and odd stories in an interview just yesterday.
And what you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He's not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
So, Erica, when this event kicks off in, like I said, in about an hour and a half to 2 hours or so, I think you can not only expect that unity message, but also probably hear some of the same messaging addressing those vulgar comments from over the weekend. Erica?
Danny Freeman, Kristen Holmes, appreciate it. Thank you both. Donald Trump has made protecting Social Security part of his campaign platform. A new report, though, finds his plans could actually do the opposite and make it potentially run out of money in just 6 years. CNN's Matt Egan joining me now. So, Matt, some 68 million Americans get Social Security benefits now. Could that money really dry up by 2030?
Well, Erica, Social Security already faces a serious funding crisis, right? It's projected to go insolvent in 9 years, no matter who wins this election. But this new analysis finds that that insolvency date would not be 9 years from now. It would actually be 6 years from now if President Trump's agenda is enacted here. So this is coming from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, and it finds that Trump's campaign promises would increase Social Security's cash shortfall by $2.3 trillion over a decade. It would advance insolvency by 3 years, and it would lead to 33% across the board benefit cuts in 2035. So all of those clearly moving in the wrong direction. This report summed up the situation by saying we find President Trump's campaign proposals would dramatically worsen Social Security's finances. And obviously, this is a major concern because Social Security's finances were already in dire shape. And as you mentioned, more than 60 million Americans received benefits from Social Security last year alone. Whenever there is an insolvency here, if it happens, that means that they would no longer be able to fully pay out those benefits. Now, to be fair, the committee says that neither former President Trump nor Vice President Harris has put forward proposals to fix Social Security. However, they're not projecting any new additional financial pressure on Social Security from Vice President Harris's agenda. They are not saying that there would be any acceleration for when there's an insolvency. Now, I've reached out to the Trump campaign. They have not responded. As you mentioned, Trump, he has promised to protect Social Security. He's talked about bolstering it by ramping up oil and natural gas drilling and speeding up the economy. But the committee here does not believe believe those promises, and they're warning that not only would former President Trump fail to fix Social Security, he could actually make the situation even worse. Erica?
It is something not appreciated. Thank you. Coming up, paying for votes. Election law experts crying foul on Elon Musk's $1 million giveaways to registered voters in key swing states. The vice president spending her birthday on the trail Sunday, visiting 2 churches in the Atlanta area where Stevie Wonder joined her. Part of the nationwide Souls to the Polls push here to rally black churchgoers in battleground states. Democrats have been steadily losing support among African-American men. And of course, every vote could help decide the presidential race, especially in those crucial states. Harris saying she does not take any votes for granted.
I am very clear. I must earn the vote of everyone, regardless of their race or gender. And what can be frustrating sometimes is to have journalists ask me this question as though one should assume that I would just be able to take for granted the vote of black men. I think that's actually an uninformed perspective, because why would black men be any different than any other demographic of voter? They expect that you earn their vote.
Joining me now, Brandon Johnson, the Democratic mayor of Chicago. It's good to have you with us this morning, Mr. Mayor. I know you were out campaigning for Kamala Harris at churches in Detroit yesterday. I saw some of those photos you posted on social media. You know, as the vice president points out, every vote matters, right? It's not just about breaking it down by demographic, but there is some real concern within the Democratic Party about slipping support among black men for Kamala Harris. How concerning is it to you?
Well, first of all, good morning. And the Vice President, Kamala Harris, has earned my vote as a black man, and she has earned the vote and support of black men across this country. One thing that I know for sure as a black man is that we always recognize our responsibility and role in this democracy, providing, preparing, and protecting. And that's really what this moment is about providing real opportunities for black men, but all Americans, to have a right to health care, mental health care, and good paying jobs, protecting our democracy, right? You know, we're talking about the former president who made it very clear, if you vote for him, you don't ever have to vote ever again. As a black man, you don't have to dog whistle. I know exactly what he's saying. And then, of course, the ultimate desire to provide or protect as well as prepare. We have to prepare the next generation of workers. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act, we're talking about billions of dollars to transform our infrastructure, particularly green and the blue economy, something I'm doing here in Chicago, where we have reinstituted the Department of the Environment, $20 billion of new investment since I've been mayor. What Vice President Kamala Harris essentially done, she's already laid the groundwork to create opportunities for black men to actually rebuild this country. And she has a partner in Chicago. She has partners across this country that recognize that when we fight for the things that we want, we win them.
You paint a very positive picture. I know you said the vice president has earned your vote. We have heard from her the proposals, to your point, over the last week or so that she is specifically putting out there. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we have seen support for Donald Trump grow over the years, support for Republicans grow among black men. And this is a major point of concern within the party. The comments from former President Obama just a few days ago also facing some backlash. Do you feel like you're forced to play cleanup in some ways with this?
Well, look, let me just say it like this. We're not just going to elect Vice President Kamala Harris. We're going to keep the Senate and win the House, which then puts us in the position to have the first black Speaker of the House in Hakeem Jeffries. Look, black men know our assignment in this moment. This is not just about securing the White House. This is about having the president's back when she becomes the president. That's what black men do. We have always had the backs of our sisters. We've always had the backs of our daughters, right? Look, I'm blessed because I'm born of a black woman. I'm in love and sleep with a black woman every night, and I'm raising a black woman. The fact that the women in my life get to see a reflection of their being and their values in Vice President Kamala Harris as she works to put more money in education, as she works to make sure that we have more behavioral health care, as she works to create home ownership for people. You're talking about cleaning up a mess. Yes, we're cleaning up a mess of decades of disinvestment. It's why I put forth a $1.25 billion investment for small businesses and building affordable homes right here in Chicago. Chicago is very much aligned with Vice President Kamala Harris. It was Chicago where history was made. And so me being in Detroit, me being in Las Vegas, this is about us carrying the message of what true leadership looks like. And that leadership is in Vice President Kamala Harris.
As you carry that message, it is impossible to ignore the fact that the message from Donald Trump, whether you agree with it or not, is resonating, and in some places is resonating with black men. What do you think it is? What do you think it is that he speaks to for certain men?
Well, he certainly doesn't speak for this black man. Now, look, are there black men, yes, disgruntled over the course of decades of disinvestment? Absolutely. When we were in a Great Depression, I'm a social studies teacher, just like Governor Tim Walz, and that should be another note. We have to elect more social studies teachers. There, I said it. But during the Great Depression, unemployment for white men was 30%. And our country called it a national crisis. And white men received shovels before there were things to dig. They received education support, housing support. Black men are simply saying that we are a Great Depression era level of crisis and we need real investments. Yes, that frustration is real, but you're not going to get it through a president who's made it very clear that he has no interest in supporting our agenda. That's why Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Walz, social studies teachers like myself are the best pathway to give black men shovels so that they can dig stuff, give black men an opportunity to actually own homes, and give black men an opportunity to start their own businesses. That's what this moment is about. That's why the only choice is Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
Mayor Brandon Johnson, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just how worried are Democrats overall about the crucial black vote coming up in this presidential election? CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton joining me now to break down those numbers. So Harry, put this in perspective, put the data behind it. For Kamala Harris, how troubling are these trends, if at all?
I think they should be somewhat troubling, Erica. Look, let's start with the bottom line. That is, Kamala Harris still leads among black voters, but it's the trend that is so worrisome, right? You go back to Obama in 2012, he won him by 90. Then Hillary Clinton, 85. Biden, 81. Look at what Kamala Harris is today. She's down 15 points from where Biden was just 4 years ago, and she's down, get this, 24 points from where Obama was 12 years ago. So look, Kamala Harris is ahead, but the margin is shrinking among a core Democratic group. Now, you were talking about black men, but let's start off with black women here because I think it gets rather interesting here. The Democratic presidential margin among black women. Look, Obama won him by 93. Clinton won him by 93. Biden allowed a little bit to 85. Look where Kamala Harris is right now. This isn't just about black men. It's about black women as well. She's only up by 71 points among black women, which again is a rather large lead. But given the history of how black women have voted in this country in the last few elections, it's significantly smaller. Now let's get into black men a little bit, all right? Let's get into black men. What do we see here? The Democratic margin among black men. Again, we see the shrinkage. Again, Kamala Harris is ahead by 54, but that's way down from where Joe Biden was 4 years ago, 69 points, 71 for Clinton, way down from Obama, that 85-point margin. And how about young black men? Look at this. Kamala Harris up only 41 points among black men under the age of 45. That is down 12 points from where Biden was 4 years ago, but way down. We're talking about half of the margin that we were looking at back with Obama in 2012, Erica.
Harry, another group of voters that we have been talking about nonstop for months with good reason are those undecided voters. Where do they stand right now?
There are so few of them. If you can find an undecided voter, good luck. Only 3% of the electorate is undecided at this point. That's half the level of 2020. That is well less. That is only a third of the level of 2016. These campaigns are trying to find him. It's like trying to find gold in New York City by digging up the dirt. It's just really difficult to find. If you find an undecided voter, consider yourself a little bit lucky, Erica.
Oh, well, then maybe I'll buy a lotto ticket if I also find an undecided voter, Harry. I'll take you out for a Carvel ice cream. I know it's your favorite.
Ah, thank you. A root beer float would be A+.
Consider it done. Harry, thank you. Just ahead here, the fight to save a Texas death row inmate. I'm going to speak with the state lawmaker who started the effort to hear directly from Robert Robertson. That's going to happen today. This afternoon, a Texas death row inmate is set to testify before a group of bipartisan lawmakers just days after his execution was halted at the 11th hour. A state House committee has subpoenaed Robert Robertson as they reconsider his murder conviction. It is still unclear whether he will testify in person or virtually today. Robertson was found guilty for the death of his 2-year-old daughter more than 20 years ago. His attorneys say the shaken baby syndrome diagnosis, though, at the time was wrong, and that new evidence proves that. Joining me now, Texas State Representative Brian Harrison, who is on the committee holding today's hearing and also helped to get that subpoena to get Robertson to testify. It's good to have you with me this hour. So I know there's been talk of security concerns. Do you know at this hour whether Robert Robertson will be testifying in person today?
So that is my hope. It's my expectation. You know, when I made the motion to issue the subpoena, that if we hadn't done it, quite frankly, Robert would almost certainly be dead right now. And I got to say, I'm very proud of every member of my committee, the Republicans and the Democrats who voted to issue that subpoena. I'm appreciative of the Supreme Court in Texas, the all-Republican Supreme Court, by the way, that agreed with us that we absolutely had the lawful authority to issue that subpoena. My hope would be that that subpoena would be honored as it was written and issued by our committee, for him to be able to come and testify in person so that we can evaluate him as a witness and get to the bottom of the very concerning potential in this case where we may have a law in the state of Texas, a junk science law that might be disregarded, and it's possible that an innocent person might be put to death, and we can't have that.
I mean, why do you think is the Attorney General in Texas trying to block him from being there in person?
So that's not exactly my understanding. The Attorney General's office is making arguments on behalf of our Department of Corrections. But as far as I understand from the discussions that have been had, is that it actually wouldn't be a very big challenge at all to bring him here to testify in person. And I think we need to. We're talking about somebody with a 9th grade education who's autistic, who spent 20 years, almost all of it in solitary confinement in a small cement cell, who does not have familiarity with Zoom. And I think it would be unfair for the committee to have to evaluate or try to evaluate his credibility as a witness by staring at a little box on a computer screen. And I say this, by the way, as a longtime supporter of the death penalty, but I believe it's incumbent upon us that want to maintain the death penalty that we should be the most vigilant in making sure that no innocent person is ever subjected to it.
What is it specifically about this case that drew you to it, that got you to this point?
Well, it's making sure that our laws are followed. The people write the laws in the state of Texas through their elected representatives. And we've got a law on the books that I firmly believe should have applied to Robert and given him a new trial because he was convicted on the basis of something called the shaken baby theory hypothesis, because there was no direct evidence of physical abuse of this child. So certain medical evidence or experts gave some types of testimony, and a jury convicted him on that. But I firmly believe that in light of all the new evidence that I have been privy to, but that no jury has, I think it's very unlikely that, knowing what I know now, that a jury would find him guilty today. And so what I think needs to happen is that he needs a new trial, and a new jury needs to re-examine the facts of this case so that all of the evidence that the original jury never saw can be heard, as well as in light of the new understanding of shaken baby theory, which has been largely discredited. Most states just push it out the side. And by the way, nobody in any state in the country has ever been executed on the basis of shaken baby theory. Look, I want Texas to lead the nation in just about everything, but executing potentially innocent people is not one of them.
So what are you hoping to hear then? What are your questions for Robertson today to, in fact, if your goal is a new trial, how does this help get you there?
Well, I think this would be the first opportunity for him in a public fora to lay out his perspective on the case and the ways in which the criminal justice system may or may not have handled his petitions fairly, whether our laws, which again were designed to give new trials to people when we have evidence change, like, for example, bite mark technology or understanding, or when new DNA evidence is presented. We need to hear from him because, again, no one's been executed for this. If we hadn't issued that subpoena, he'd be dead right now. So arguably, he has got the most unique perspective in all of the United States of America on the way the criminal justice system in the state of Texas has handled his shaken baby syndrome case. And here's the thing. This is something that people who know the facts, Republican, Democrat, pro-death penalty, anti-death penalty, whether you think he's innocent or whether you think he's guilty, If you understand the facts of this case, I think it's really clear the criminal justice system in the state of Texas has failed him in this manner, and we have got to get this man a new trial so that all the evidence can be reevaluated in light of what we understand now.
Representative Brian Harrison, appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, great to be with you.
We'll be right back. Well, with 15 days now until Election Day, voting is actually underway in every single state. Let's take a look at some of the latest tallies so far from 3 key battlegrounds in Pennsylvania. Almost 800,000 people have cast their ballot. In North Carolina, more than 1 million voters. And in Georgia, 1.4 million have already been out there voting. Joining us now, CNN political commentator and Vice President Harris's former communications director, Jamal Simmons, and Republican strategist and director of press communications for Trump's 2020 campaign, Aaron Perine. It's good to see both of you this morning. Those are some pretty big numbers in terms of turnout. We don't know who they voted for, so we can't read much more into it than that. But we have big numbers. Aaron, over the weekend, we saw this photo op from Donald Trump at a McDonald's serving fries. I'm curious, does that moment get Trump votes?
It certainly can get him votes, especially at the margins at this point. Republicans have a larger swath of low propensity voters that they need to be turning out in this election. Democrats have a larger swath of high propensity voters to turn out. So when you're looking at a lower propensity voter, you need to make continued touches. And it's clear that the Trump campaign strategy includes making overtures and outreaches to male voters, especially younger male voters. They've seen growth in those demographics. So an event like the one that you saw at McDonald's, he looked happy. It looked like an old school campaign event. It could be helpful, especially with the key demographic they're trying to move.
So you think that speaks to young voters because, and I mean this is a serious question, because they eat at McDonald's a lot? Is that where he's bringing them in?
I think that even the coverage of him doing something non-traditional, a job that tended to skew younger, used to be McDonald's employees, something that you haven't seen from one of the candidates. Yeah, I think absolutely that got into a lot of social media feeds for younger viewers and voters.
So we've got that moment, and then we have sort of, more traditional Donald Trump on the campaign trail, also getting a lot of attention. His crude remarks about Arnold Palmer, his profanity-laced comments about Harris and her time as vice president. That prompted her to respond. Take a listen.
And what you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He has not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
Jamal, in terms of the voters that the vice president needs to bring in, is that pushback enough when we're talking about such a tight race?
It is. The vice president is going after a couple different tranches of voters. On one hand, she's trying to hold on to some of the men, Democratic men, who might be, interested in Donald Trump curious, as they say. And so she's got to hold on to those voters and make sure that they show up. She's got to keep all of her base voters to come out. On the other hand, she's also talking to these moderate and independent women, Republican women, who are showing up and saying to them, they showed up in 2022, they showed up in these abortion referendums around the country, and saying to them, hey, I'm one of you, remember what the stakes are here, and come back and vote for me, because that's the way that we get reproductive rights. We just saw the president today, President Biden today, the real president, right? We just saw that he's talking about having insurers cover birth control. This is one of the things that people in this country actually matter. It matters to real live people, men and women, that we cover birth control by insurers. At the other hand, you've got Donald Trump, who's saying he wants to go after enemies from within and attacking Nancy Pelosi, and he may want to unleash the U.S. military. Those are the contrasts that the Harris campaign want to keep live because they want people to understand the stakes of the election.
Well, speaking of those comments, actually, Senator J.D. Vance just a short time ago was asked about Trump's rhetoric, including the comments. He has doubled down multiple times on these, calling his political opponents the enemy from within, specifically name-checking Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff. Here's how Vance responded.
Donald Trump is unfiltered. I think this is one of the reasons why the campaign has gone well, is because he's not doing a basement campaign strategy. We've obviously got some very important enemies to focus on overseas, but if people are burning down our cities, then of course we have to have a police response to that very basic violation of our right of public security.
He mentioned Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi by name in this case over the weekend.
Yeah, Bill, well, look, I mean, you have Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi who have been really part of weaponizing the Department of Justice against our country.
I mean, you have candidates calling sitting lawmakers, enemies at this point. This more vintage Trump, more unfiltered, as J.D. Vance said, language that we're hearing from the former president, for those 3% of undecided voters, those moderate swing voters that are still out there, Aaron, does that concern you, that language that he's using? Is that really what's going to win them over?
I don't think it's the strongest closing argument, but even told right now, all of the comments that Donald Trump has made in the past, you're still seeing Democrats across the country run on his policy platforms. You're seeing Tammy Baldwin, you're seeing Sherrod Brown, you're seeing John Tester, you're seeing Bob Casey in these key critical Senate races talking about what they did to support Donald Trump's agenda and trying to run with him. So it's really hard for Democrats right now to try and continue to push a message that Donald Trump's rhetoric and language is so dangerous, when at the same time you have Democrats running with Donald Trump's agenda and using his name in television ads in these key swing states.
Rhetoric and policies, though, two different things. Important to point out. Jamal, go ahead.
Yeah, here's why it's not so difficult for that, because, it's always tough. I've been a critic of trying to look backwards too much, right? Talking about January 6th, or talking about what happened during the summer, when of 2020, when the president was putting these forces on the street, these military forces to go after protesters. But here's what Donald Trump just did. He just made it not about the past. He made it about the future. He said, if you reelect me, this is going to be how I govern. I'm going to go after people using this. And let me just say this as a caution to all the Republicans who are signing up for this. What makes anybody believe that he's only going to do this for Democrats? Donald Trump has already shown us that if a Republican crosses him, he will treat them just like any other enemy that he perceives that he doesn't like. Because we saw it when he did that with Mike Pence. When Mike Pence was in the Capitol and they were saying, "Hang Mike Pence," Donald Trump said, "So what?" So if you're a Republican and you think, "Oh, I have to be with Donald Trump all the time," or perhaps he's going to unleash the FBI, the IRS, or even the U.S. military against me if I cross him.
Aaron Breen, Jamal Simmons, good to have you both here this morning. Thank you. Well, in the more than 3 weeks since Helene devastated Western North Carolina, schools have yet to reopen. Just ahead, I'm joined by the father of twin girls about the toll that this is taking on them ahead of that return to school. It's been nearly a month since Hurricane Helene devastated much of Western North Carolina. And as that region works to rebuild, its largest school district is now preparing to open its doors for the first time since the storm hit. Buncombe County schools will welcome students back this Friday. All 45 schools in the county now have power and they have internet. Although notably, while they have water, it is not drinkable water. Adam Halleck's daughters attend Haw Creek Elementary School in Asheville. They've been out of school since September 27th. Adam, it's good to have you with us. This is a big moment for your girls. I know you've been talking to them about what they miss the most. What have they told you over the last several weeks?
Well, I think it shows how important socialization is for our kids. They've really missed their friends. I think that's been the biggest piece. We've luckily been able to kind of shield them from some of the more damaging aspects of the hurricane, luckily, but they miss their friends. They miss the structure. They miss their teachers. They miss the routine. And I think we miss the routine too. I'm sure I speak for most parents here. Having a routine for our kids and keeping them in a safe environment is everything. And it really made that clear after Helene hit, how important routine and structure for our children really is.
Yeah, as a parent, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that point, the importance of those routines. Look, you're also a mental health professional. As you are living this, navigating it, you also have a unique perspective, right? As you're looking at not only how your family's going through it, but your friends, your neighbors. What are you noticing?
So, I guess unsurprisingly, I've noticed a lot of people coming together, meeting their neighbors, people you've never spoken to before, people you may not ever reach out to. I think that's been one of the silver linings in this whole situation, is getting closer to the people that are in proximity to you on your street, turning to the people that are literally closest to you in a time of need. I think that's been really heartwarming and shows how resilient we can be, even in the face of such a tragedy.
Speaking of that resilience, you mentioned that you've been shielding your girls from probably some of the more serious, more concerning aspects of the aftermath of this storm. How do you think they're coping with it overall?
It's probably hard to say because children usually communicate their needs and their feelings in very different ways than we might as adults. So I think the best we can do is maintain that consistency and try to have a brave face, give time and space to process on and talk about what has happened, because we inevitably drive by some of the more damaging scenes in the area along the rivers, and they see the piles of rubble and trash, and I'm sure their minds are racing with what happened and why did this happen. But it's just take it in stride and try to be available for them and give them space to maybe not be their best selves right now, because I'm sure a lot of kids are not going to be their best selves until they can get back into a structured environment.
Yeah. And I'm sure they'll bring some of that home that they learned from their friends when they're reunited with them on Friday. I know the district is easing kids back in. They're bringing in additional counselors on hand for students and staff, which is going to be so important. I was struck by the fact that there will be water, but not potable water for the kids and the staff at school. Have you heard anything more about that from the district?
Not per se through the district, but through the city and the county. They've been very communicative, I'd say, with how they're handling the water situation and what logistics may need to be in place for the schools to safely open. So, food can be prepared safely, kids can go to the bathroom and wash their hands, and just do all the hygiene things that are required to run a safe school environment. So I think as parents, we've all been as patient as we can be, and the school district has been amazing with communicating what logistical barriers stand in the way of reopening, and we've definitely been a part of that communicative process the whole time, I feel.
It's great to hear. Look, I know that Friday will be an important step forward in this recovery, which is
Certainly.
Not a sprint, of course. I know it's a long road ahead, but we really appreciate you taking the time to join us, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Still to come here, Donald Trump making his way to North Carolina today. He's going to visit the town of Swannanoa, which was ravaged by Helene. We have more on the former president's visit both there and in other cities in the battleground state of North Carolina. That's Jax. Both campaigns hitting battleground states today. This hour, Vice President Kamala Harris will hold an event in Pennsylvania with former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. We're going to bring that to you live. And former President Donald Trump making multiple stops across the state of North Carolina. First up, the Asheville area, which was devastated by Hurricane Helene. His visit comes after a wild weekend of headlines.
This is fun. I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job.
Trump making a photo op visit there to McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Sunday, where he worked the fry machine, and also continued to push claims without evidence that Harris never worked at the burger chain. Donald Trump's message to voters this weekend was a little short on policy, but long on vulgarity.
But Arnold Palmer was all man when he took showers with the other pros. They came out of there, they said, oh my God. You have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough, that you just can't take it anymore. We can't stand you. You're a vice president.
Harris responding to that attack.
And what you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He has not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
A crucial battleground state in this presidential election is Michigan. More than 1 million people have already cast their absentee ballots, in early voting in that state. Our first guest is overseeing that election and battling the growing misinformation surrounding it. Michigan's Democratic Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, with me now. Nice to have you here with us. There was a lot going on on the Twitter, or X as it's now known, between you and Elon Musk over the weekend. So I just want to tell the folks at home, this is going to take me a minute, but I think it's important that we lay all of this out for our viewers. So you were firing back at him after he questioned the integrity of your voter rolls and said that there were more voters than citizens in the state. You posted, "Let's be clear, Elon Musk is spreading dangerous disinformation." Then you went on to break down the numbers, showing that he's pushing this misleading number, which includes 1.2 million inactive records slated for removal in accordance with the law, ending with "Don't feed the trolls." Musk then fired back, writing, "Shame on you, blatantly lying to the public," saying you only plan to remove those ineligible voters after the elections. And that's why he says there are far more people registered to vote than there are eligible voters. We can't forget, of course, that Elon Musk now owns X with some 200 million followers. The fact that all of this is playing out and that he is continuing to push this disinformation, how concerning is that to you ahead of the election?
It's very concerning, in part because, you know, this is a significant platform, and gosh, I wish that folks with such large platforms such as his would use it to spread accurate information about our elections. I understand the nuances and the challenges of doing that, but if you have enough time to Google me and look up my middle name, which you clearly did, you should be able to find out the facts of our elections and post those as well. In my view, I'm going to just keep working to make sure citizens know that our elections are secure, that we ID every voter, that we vote on paper ballots, and that we have many layers in place to ensure our results will be accurate.
You've noted that you believe there are foreign bad actors trying to undermine confidence in the election. To your point of finding the facts, can you elaborate on that? What specifically, what are you seeing, is what I should say.
Well, I think it's important to note that this is really the election of all the ones I've seen where you have foreign adversaries in Russia, in Iran, and in China with a very clear incentive. The outcome of this presidential election directly affects a lot of their domestic affairs. And so given that, we should not be surprised that intelligence suggests we have potential for foreign interference. And when it comes, it won't necessarily come through attacking the hardware of our system, because things like our machines and the like are very secure. It will come through trying to confuse citizens and create chaos in an effort to disengage and to divide and to deceive folks about the integrity of our process and the validity of their vote. In this, though, the truth continues to be on our side. What we really need are all American citizens to be critical consumers of information in this moment, help us break through the noise, and ensure facts rule the day.
So how do you deal with then, say, actors at home, right? You have Elon Musk over the weekend or in recent campaign events bringing back these debunked claims when it comes to certain voting machines. When that is out there, how do you debunk that?
Well, again, it comes back to the strength of the citizens to know the truth and to know where to get accurate sources of information. We've set up a website in Michigan, michigan.gov/election facts. That's where we actually take on and address with facts and the law every conspiracy theory out there so that people can know the truth. In every state, there are election officials who serve as those trusted voices at the state and local level. And I really encourage citizens to get your facts and information about elections from those professionals who don't have a political agenda that they're pushing, as opposed to individuals who very clearly have an agenda and don't have citizens' best interest or the truth in mind.
The former president and a number of his supporters have been working since the last election, effectively laying a groundwork, saying in many cases, if Donald Trump doesn't win, then this election was somehow rigged. There's now a nonpartisan poll by PRRI which shows that 1 in 5 Republicans want Donald Trump to say the election is invalid if, in fact, he loses. How have you been preparing for that moment in Michigan?
Well, first, I think it's important for everyone to remember that candidates do not get to choose who wins elections. Voters do. And our job as election officials will be able to make sure that no matter who the citizens of our states support and vote for, that that's who ultimately rules the day. And so candidates, and this particular candidate has a track record of saying a lot of things that turn out to be inaccurate. So I would again encourage citizens to know that the votes of citizens determine who wins elections, and call on every leader in this country to stand by the will of the people, whatever it may be, even if you disagree with it.
Real quickly, the conversation has been, look, don't expect to know who won the election on Election Day, but you have said that your state will have everything certified, ready to go the day after November 6th. Do you still stand by that?
We are on track based on our hardworking election officials and machines and voters to make sure that unofficial results in our state will be ready by the close of day on Wednesday. It's the same time they were available after the 2020 election, so we predict the same could unfold again. But we'll be there to make sure accuracy and security is prioritized over efficiency. And from the minute the polls close till we have those unofficial results, we'll make sure the public knows exactly where we are in the process and why.
Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, good to have you with us this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, Elon Musk also drawing scrutiny after promising to give away $1 million every day through the election to registered voters in battleground states. There's just one problem with Musk's initiative. Experts say it could actually be illegal. The billionaire making that announcement, of course, over the weekend at a Trump campaign event in Pennsylvania. And there's been a lot of pushback ever since because, according to federal law, it's a crime for anyone who pays or offers to pay or accepts payment either for registration to vote or for voting. CNN contributor Derek Muller joining me now. He's a law professor at the University of Notre Dame and also an election law expert. Okay, so Derek, is this move by Elon Musk? So he's saying, I'm giving away $1 million a day. All you have to do is basically sign this petition in support of my super PAC. And, oh, by the way, only people in these very important battleground states are eligible. Is this legal?
So that's been the debate all weekend. On the one hand, you can say he's just paying people to essentially they're entering a lottery. He's going to give one winner a day $1 million. If you sign a petition, I support the First Amendment, I support the Second Amendment, that's all it is. But on the flip side, that contest is not only open only to those in those swing states, it's only open to those who are registered voters. And so is this an inducement to get people to vote? Is this an incentive to get them to vote? And if that's the case, then it looks like the $1 million a day, the lottery, is being geared toward people who are voting or who are registering to vote, and therefore that's the thing that the federal law is concerned about, paying people to register to vote. So that's what the debate's been about.
So as you noted, there's been this debate all weekend. Do you anticipate seeing any action on this? And what would that involve? I mean, would this involve Attorney General Merrick Garland because we're talking about federal election laws?
So it could be, right? On the one hand, the Department of Justice can step in and say, this is the kind of conduct we think would breach this law. They could issue those sorts of orders. But that's dicey, right? Do you want to be doing that in the weeks ahead of an election? Usually these are the kinds of things the Department of Justice is going to investigate. They can bring an indictment sometime after the election if they think that there's a problem with it. So it's usually something that a criminal investigation would lay out rather than the Department of Justice getting out ahead of it. At the same time, I imagine Musk's legal team is looking at this saying, wondering, should we restructure this or are we in safe ground? So it'd be interesting to know what their legal counsel is giving them advice to think about.
Investigations don't always move very quickly. So we have 2 weeks now until the election. So is there any precedent here in terms of enforcement, in terms of reaching out and maybe saying to Elon Musk and or his legal team, hey, you may want to be careful?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with precedents like that. Usually when we're thinking about these kinds of cases, there are instances where somebody's giving $1 or $5, some of these cases going back to the 1970s, giving you a small amount of money to register to vote. And there are people who observe it. There's an investigation that happens. It can take months. It can take years before they make those charges. But to come out ahead of it and provide that guidance, right, especially if Musk's team is saying this is legal, we're just signing petitions, we're not registering people to vote, you're putting the Department of Justice injecting itself into a hotly contested, disputed case of interpretation of a criminal law just weeks ahead of the election, which is, I don't think, where the Department of Justice wants to find itself.
No, I don't think they've enjoyed that in the past. Real quickly before I let you go, for these two people who've now accepted these checks for $1 million, if something after the fact was found to be untoward, right, or perhaps breaking a law here, would they still get to keep the cash?
Probably not. Sometimes we talk about restitution, or there's sort of the disgorgement that happens for those who have wrongfully taken money in these circumstances. Again, in some of the other cases, we've talked about $1 or $5, so maybe there would be this risk at the back end that there's going to be some kind of disgorgement of the ill-gotten gains. But again, we're sort of in uncharted territory. Usually it's not $1 million that people are giving away in these cases, so it's a kind of a wait and see if that's the case.
Yeah, a lot of zeros. Big difference there. Derek, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Still to come this hour, former President Trump touching down in Asheville just moments ago. A lot of folks there, of course, still getting back on their feet after Hurricane Helene. Donald Trump won North Carolina by a razor-thin margin in 2020. So where does he stand today? Stay with us. That's ahead. You're live in the CNN Newsroom. This morning, Donald Trump arriving just moments ago in North Carolina, where more than 1 million votes have already been cast. Next hour, he's going to make his case to voters in storm-ravaged Swannanoa. That's western North Carolina. Of course, as you see on the map there, that area is still reeling from Hurricane Helene, trying to recover. Donald Trump won this key battleground state by less than 75,000 votes in 2020. 15 days out from the 2024 election, he and Vice President Kamala Harris are virtually neck and neck in that state. For a closer look, our good friend, Harry Enten, CNN senior data reporter, is back. So, Harry, when we look at this, in terms of North Carolina, in terms of the race, what does it tell us?
I feel like I just saw you, Erica Hill. Maybe my mind is going. I don't know. But this time around, we'll take a little look at the Tar Heel State, all right? Let's take a look at some of the polling out of the Tar Heel State. Look, it's close. It's close. You can find polls that have a tie, 2 of them. You can find a poll that has Harris up 3. Maybe you prefer Donald Trump. We got you a little bit over here, Trump +3. But the bottom line is, it's close. It is close in the Tar Heel State. Now, what I think is so important about the fact that the Tar Heel State is so close is this is much more of a must-win for Donald Trump than it is for Kamala Harris. Because if Kamala Harris wins in the great state of North Carolina, she has a 91% chance of winning the election. Not quite certain, but closer to certainty than it is for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if he wins in the great state of North Carolina, only has an 81% chance of winning the election. What essentially that means is that North Carolina is much more of a pillar to Donald Trump's map to 270 electoral votes than it is for Kamala Harris. Now, why might that be? Well, you were hinting at it at the top, which is if you look over the past few election cycles in North Carolina, you see a lot more red on the screen than you see blue. The only Democrat, in fact, to win it since 1980 was Barack Obama back in 2008. He won it by well less than a point. Romney won it by 2. Trump won it by 4 in 2016. But last time around, you see this margin, tighter, 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 and I think that is part of the reason why Democrats think they have an opportunity this time around, because if they can move the ball just a little bit, then all of a sudden, you got Kamala Harris winning in the great state of North Carolina, Erica.
And that is one of the reasons why we're spending so much time looking at North Carolina and these other battleground states that we know could really determine the election this time around. Harry, where does it stand for both candidates when we look at that path to 270?
Oh, how close it is, how close it is, how close it is. All right, so let's say this is the road to 270 electoral votes. Let's say we're going to give each of the candidates the states that they're leading in the polling average, except for the states that are within a point. What happens? Well, Donald Trump has a slight advantage, but he's only at 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is at 226. Ergo, neither of the candidates are anywhere close to 270. Why? Look at all these yellow states up on the Great Lakes, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Of course, North Carolina also in yellow here. Nevada out on the west, also in yellow. But here's the thing. We have a tight race right now, but of course we know the polling averages haven't necessarily been too hot to trot the last few election cycles. So what happens if we have the polls off like they were in 2020 when they underestimated Donald Trump? Well, Trump gets to 312 electoral votes. He carries all of these states up here. He wins in North Carolina. He wins in Nevada. But here's the thing, Erica Hill. I know everyone's saying, oh, the polls are going to be off just like they were in 2016, 2020, and Trump's going to win. But keep in mind, in 2022, the polls actually underestimated the Democrats in the race for Congress, right? So if the polls are off like they were in 2022, what happens? Well, Kamala Harris wins all of the Great Lake battleground states. She wins in North Carolina. She actually flips Georgia. She flips Arizona. And she gets Nevada. And she gets the 319 electoral votes. So the bottom line is this. North Carolina is tight. This electoral map is tight. And if you have any idea who's going to win this election, I would love if you told me, because you could make my job a lot easier and I could sleep a lot better at night. And my girlfriend can tell you I definitely need the rest.
That same person that would probably offer to sell you a bridge, Harry, so I don't know that I would put so much stock in it. I say that as your friend because I care.
I mean, I appreciate you, and as your friend, I will also say, you know what, I might just buy that bridge.
Harry, thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come this hour, on a much more serious note, he was convicted of killing his 2-year-old daughter, sentenced to death. Now a group of lawmakers, though, believe that Robert Robertson is innocent, and they are fighting for him to make his case today. Just ahead, I'll speak with one of the Texas officials taking an unusual step to buy him more time. His life spared at the 11th hour. Now Texas death row inmate Robert Roberson is set to testify before lawmakers today about why his conviction is unlawful. A state House committee subpoenaed Roberson last week, eventually leading to a partial stay of execution just about 90 minutes before his death warrant expired. It is still unclear whether he'll testify in person today or virtually. Roberson was found guilty for the death of his 2-year-old daughter more than 20 years ago. His attorneys say the shaken baby syndrome diagnosis at the time was wrong, and that the new evidence proves it. CNN's Ed Lavandera has been following this story for us and joins us from the Capitol building in Austin, Texas. So, Ed, there's a lot of question about whether Roberson will be there in person or not. What are you hearing?
Well, we are an hour and a half away from when Robert Roberson is scheduled to testify here before this House committee that is investigating the medical evidence in his conviction. But it is not clear whether or not this testimony will happen virtually or in person, or if it will even happen at all. It is a 3.5-hour drive from the death row prison unit where Robert Roberson is housed here to the state capitol. We have no indication yet. Obviously, this is not something that they would announce in terms of travel coordination with a death row inmate bringing them to the capitol. But beyond that, we're getting no indication that in an hour and a half, a death row inmate will be showing up here at the Texas Capitol to testify before this House committee. And on top of that, Erica, we know that over the weekend, the Texas Attorney General has intervened and has essentially told the House committee that they will not provide Robert Roberson to testify in person, that it will be, they've offered to have him do it virtually. But lawmakers on this committee and Roberson's own lawyers have insisted, since this subpoena was first issued last week, that they want Roberson to appear in person. We spoke with the lawyer for Roberson late last night, who said that their hands are essentially tied, that the AG has intervened here, and they are trying to work through all of that. Publicly, officials with the House committee are saying that they fully expect Roberson to appear here, but an hour and a half away, with no indication that that's actually going to happen, Erica.
Yeah, a lot of questions about that. Meantime, Ed, outside, I know there have been reports that there will be some protesters outside the Capitol building. Have you seen any of that so far today?
Well, we are 2 floors underground here in the committee hearing area where this is supposed to happen. This morning when I was outside on the grounds of the Capitol, I didn't see much activity, but here you can see how quiet it is behind me. We were just outside the room where this committee hearing is scheduled to take place, but so far so quiet. And, you know, that's obviously one of the big issues here. The Attorney General has said, you know, this is a public safety issue as well, but Roberson's lawyers and other officials have pushed back on that, saying that Robert Roberson is not a threat to anyone, that he has an exemplary record in prison, and this should not be a public safety issue. They want Roberson to testify so that the committee and the public can assess his demeanor and assess his credibility for themselves.
Ed, really appreciate it. We'll continue to check in with you, of course, throughout the day. Thank you. Joining us now, Texas State Representative Jeff Leach, who's on the House committee holding today's hearing and actually helped to introduce that subpoena to get Roberson to testify. Sir, it's good to have you with us this hour. I'd love to pick up, I hope that you could hear my colleague Ed Lavandera there talking about, which we know that the Attorney General had said, well, you know, he can testify virtually. No indication at this point he'll be there in person. Do you know yet whether he will be there in person?
Well, good morning. It's good to be with you here from the Texas Capitol. Appreciate you having me on. Look, right now we're fully expecting Mr. Roberson to be here to testify, to comply with our valid legislative subpoena. And we've been working around the clock all weekend with the other branches of government, with the Attorney General's office, with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, with the governor's office, and with all agencies involved to make sure that we can do so safely, not only for the people here, but for Mr. Roberson himself. So I fully expect him to testify today. Mm-hmm. And if not, we're going to make reasonable accommodations to ensure that his testimony is heard before this committee sooner than later.
So just to follow up on that, you've been in these meetings throughout the weekend. Has there been how much resistance, I should say, has there been to having him appear in person? And do you believe you've overcome all of that with each of these various departments?
Well, let's be very clear. The committee not only wants, but feels like we need to meet and to hear the testimony of Mr. Roberson. That's why we voted unanimously on our subpoena last week, and so we expect that to happen. It's a valid subpoena. The legislature has a very important role here, and the question is not whether he will appear. The question is how. Mr. Roberson cannot appear virtually. It is impossible for him to do so because of his mental disability, and his attorney has made that very clear on the record. So the question now is whether he'll show up today, whether he'll show up at another date here at the Texas Capitol, or if necessary, whether our committee will take a field trip to Huntsville, 3 hours away, to interview him in a public hearing there at the prison. We'll figure that out here in the coming hours.
In the coming hours, do you have a sorry? Do you have a time when you think you might know that by? I mean, the hearing's supposed to start in what, about an hour and a half?
We are working around the clock here, even as I step away from that work to do this interview with the agencies that are involved here. I fully expect, I have no indication that he won't show up today, but if he doesn't, make sure that this be assured that this committee will take all steps necessary to receive his testimony in person, not virtually, but in person, as soon as we possibly can.
So as we wait for that answer to see whether it's today or another day, you were instrumental in making sure that we got to this moment. What was it specifically about Roberson's conviction that you believe warrants another look? Why was it so important for you to make this happen?
Look, I've been doing this long enough to know, and I'm a conservative Republican death penalty supporter myself, okay? I support the death penalty in the most heinous cases. I always have, and I consistently will. But I've been doing this long enough now to know when the system has failed someone. And in this case, from the initial investigation, through the trial, through the appellate courts, at every step of the way, the system has failed Mr. Roberson and his daughter, Nikki. And so the legislature, like I said, has an important role to ask questions, to seek the truth, to hold accountable those who have done wrong, to fix holes in the system, like I said, to ask tough questions. And that's what we're doing by way of this process. Look, Mr. Roberson is still alive today. He was not executed last week by the state of Texas because our committee stepped up and spoke up and acted. I'm very grateful to have played a role with many other individuals in that effort. But going forward, we've got to make sure that not only is Mr. Roberson receive the fair trial that he's deserved, but that we fix the holes in the system here in Texas to make sure this never, ever happens again.
As you mentioned, this execution was halted. The reality is, as I understand it, the DA in that county, though, could reschedule it. Are you concerned that will happen?
I don't know at this point. Sure, I'm concerned that could happen. Just a few days ago, there were a number of folks, including the district attorney in Anderson County, who remained largely silent on his impending execution. Realize this: he was just 20 minutes and 20 steps away from receiving a lethal dose of pentobarbital last week. I mean, he was right outside of the execution chamber. I'm so grateful that the Supreme Court of Texas did the right thing in recognizing the power of the legislature to step in when something like this is happening, by responding to our subpoena, allowing us the opportunity to investigate, to ask questions, to meet with Mr. Roberson, to judge his credibility. But for their actions, but for the actions of our committee and many other great people who have spoken up and stepped forward, Mr. Roberson would not be alive right now. And so, again, all we're calling for is a new trial. And so all of the facts can come out and justice can be delivered here. That's our goal, and that's what we're committed to doing as long as it takes.
And real quickly, you're confident that will happen, a new trial?
I am confident. I know the people involved in this, and we're not going to give up. We're not backing down. And I'm confident that we're going to work with the governor and the courts and all branches of government working together to make sure justice is served here and that an innocent life is spared.
Representative Jeff Leach, we appreciate you stepping out to talk to us, and we look forward to that update coming as to when we will, in fact, hear from Robert Roberson. Thank you.
We'll probably find out together. Thanks for having me this morning.
Thanks so much. Still to come here this hour, just where did the Nikki Haley voters go? Kamala Harris is hoping to find them in 3 key swing states this week, and she's bringing in a pretty powerful Republican to help. You're live in the CNN Newsroom. Today, Kamala Harris is taking her fight against Donald Trump to the suburban battlegrounds, enlisting one of his top opponents, former GOP Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Any minute now, Harris and Cheney are set to appear together just outside Philadelphia, before then traveling to Michigan and Wisconsin later today. CNN's Danny Freeman is there in Pennsylvania for this event. So what can we expect to see and, frankly, hear from the vice president and the former Congresswoman there on the stage?
Erica, this event today is really a continuation of something that started last week, also in Pennsylvania, also in the suburbs of Philadelphia. This appeal and this reaching out to moderate and perhaps even more conservative women in these all-important collar counties. Listen, one of the senior campaign advisors to the Harris campaign in Pennsylvania was quoted in recent weeks saying, at least in Bucks County, which is not too far from here, you can't win in Bucks County as a Democrat unless you peel away some Republicans. Here in Chester County, where this event is today, this actually had the highest number of Nikki Haley voters who voted in this past Pennsylvania Republican primary of the collar counties. So those are the people that the Harris campaign is really trying to appeal to and get by this event today. It's going to be a discussion, as you said, with former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. The vice president is already here on campus, on scene here at this little theatrical venue. And again, to emphasize this particular event here today in this particular spot, because it's indicative of a number of events that we're going to see also in other suburbs of Detroit and Wisconsin later today. Chester County, make no mistake, it's a blue county in Pennsylvania, but it went for Mitt Romney actually back in 2012. It was the only of the Philadelphia suburban collar counties that went for Mitt Romney back in 2012. In fact, it was seen as a big step backwards when in 2016 former President Trump lost the county in big numbers. It's affluent, it is high educated. These are the type of voters, again, that the Harris campaign really wants to bring into her camp. And I mentioned that event last week, Erica. It was in Bucks County, again, in this similar vein. The messaging there was they had 100 Republicans who also came to her event to support her. They had former Representative Adam Kinzinger take the stage in support of Vice President Harris. And the way that she's framing her ticket in these events is this is a unity ticket. This is supposed to be a bipartisan ticket. And she's trying to bring the message across that you can vote for her campaign and that vote, if you are a moderate Republican, a conservative Republican, that this will be a vote for country over party, just because in the Harris campaign's view, former President Donald Trump is that much of a risk to the country. So I think that's a preview of what we're going to see today in the next couple of minutes as this event gets underway. I think you can also probably, Erica, expect to hear some of the continuation of the attacks that Vice President Harris levied against former President Donald Trump after he went on, frankly, a vulgar and profane and odd series of comments in the western part of the state back on Saturday. So we'll be listening for that as well, Erica.
We'll be watching that. We're going to sneak in a quick break here, Danny, just before things get underway. Thank you for setting the scene for us. Stay with us. Quick break, as I said. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are waiting on Vice President Kamala Harris and former GOP Congresswoman Liz Cheney. They're to take the stage there for a conversation in Pennsylvania. Joining me now, Republican strategist Aaron Perine, CNN political commentator, and Harris's former director of communications, Jamal Simmons. It's good to see both of you. So my colleague Danny Freeman pointing out wisely just before the break that this is happening in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Chester County had the highest number of Haley voters in these collar counties. The fact that Liz Cheney is going to be here, we know there are some talks for Donald Trump to hopefully get to an event with Nikki Haley. Is there a sense at this point, in terms of movable voters, who could have more sway, a Liz Cheney or a Nikki Haley? Jamal, what's your sense?
At this point, it might be Liz Cheney because Nikki Haley is still supporting Donald Trump. And you would think that the voters who supported Nikki Haley, even when she wasn't on the ballot and Donald Trump was running during the primary, they still came out and support and voted for her. That feels like an anti-Trump vote more than even it being a pro-Nikki Haley vote at that moment. You know, I did a lot of politics in the South, and people have a saying, it's the stuck pig that squeals. And the fact that Lindsey Graham went on Meet the Press yesterday and began talking about these Republican voters, the fact that J.D. Vance has gone full throttle against Liz Cheney, calling her small and petty and implying she's just bitter and has hatred. Like, those are frankly not great phrases I've ever used when thinking about women. But, you know, they've been doing this. It makes me think that maybe there's something in the data that they're trying to hold back. They see some movement that may occur with these Republican women, and they're trying to stop it.
It's an interesting theory. Aaron, as you look at that, what stood out to me, those comments from J.D. Vance that Jamal was just referencing, the fact that he was calling her small and petty and vindictive. What's fascinating is we have seen Donald Trump run a campaign that way, right? It is this campaign of retribution and going after people. So do you think it does, to Jamal's point, do you think it does signify that there's some concern about perhaps how effective Liz Cheney is as a surrogate for Kamala Harris?
I don't think that it's going to spark concern, but I think there will be a lot of thesis papers and political consternation after this about which endorsement and which thing moved voters the most, because this is such a tight cycle. Will it be someone like a Liz Cheney in Pennsylvania that can help move a few persuadable voters? We looked at about 16% of the Republican electorate in the Pennsylvania primary, about 158,000 voters who went for Nikki Haley. Those are open voters, but it's so late in the game now that you're seeing that some of these voters, even hardcore Democrat voting blocs or persuadable voters, are saying, hey, now you're trying to get my attention. You're trying to get me to vote for you. Why now? Why at the very end are you all of a sudden making these overtures to me? Because that will ring hollow. So while there's a persuadable bloc there, it may not be enough to try and move that state, whether it's toward, voters who are saying, I'm going to stand behind Nikki and go towards Trump, or those who are going to say, I voted for Nikki, I'm looking at Liz Cheney, and I'm going to go with Kamala Harris.
Jamal, with such a focus on, the small percentage of voters that's still in there that's, potentially movable, do you have any concerns about such a focus on independents and moderates alienating in any way the Democratic base?
Oh, Erica, I'm concerned about everything. I'm just biting my nails every single day. This is going to be all the way to the finish line, and I think each one of these campaigns is scrounging for every vote they can get. I will say the Harris campaign didn't just start talking to Haley voters. They hired somebody very early in the Harris campaign. You got to remember, it's only been around for 3 months. So for the Harris campaign, that's a couple months ago, they hired somebody pretty early to focus on Haley voters and start talking to them. They've been doing targeted communication toward them. Maybe the rest of us aren't seeing it because we're not in the target community, but I think people have been hearing from the Harris campaign. This is something they take very seriously, but this is kind of a coalition that stretches from AOC and Bernie Sanders all the way on the left to kind of Liz Cheney and, some other Republicans on the right, and Dick Cheney in particular. And for those of us who've been Democrats for our entire lives, being on the same side as Liz and Dick Cheney tells you something big must be going on, because if you can get Bernie Sanders and Dick Cheney to agree on the same thing, they both agree that Kamala Harris be president and Donald Trump shouldn't, that's a big deal.
Yeah, don't think you ever had that on your bingo card, Jamal. A lot of Americans probably did not. We also are just seeing that former President Trump, of course, just arriving in North Carolina. He's there in the western part of the state. You see he's in Asheville right now. Aaron, he's going to be campaigning there. There's actually 3 stops in North Carolina, also a key state, as we know. It is not just Pennsylvania, one of those states that we're watching. And he is in this hard-hit area of Nashville, which is still recovering from Helene on the heels, too, of a lot of misinformation coming out of the Trump campaign about what was actually happening on the ground in terms of help there. What do you anticipate the messages from him today?
Well, I hope the closing message is one that's focused on the economy and the American people and getting this country back on the right track. Right now is the time to make the closing message, and that can even be a contrast point, just in even the ability to do that, to Kamala Harris's campaign, who is still midstream conversation with voters at this point. Yes, they might have hired someone to try and make overtures toward a Nikki Haley voter or a Liz Cheney voter, but those voters were not making the moves to show that that had been a successful endeavor so far. So all things to say that Donald Trump has a path through both the Rust Belt, those blue wall states, and the Sun Belt states to get to 270. Kamala has a much harder time in these Sun Belt states. So we'll see Trump bounce back and forth, and probably a little less of Kamala down there.
All right, let's move back to Pennsylvania if we could. Liz Cheney just making her way out there to the stage. Let's listen in. Well, again, if you're just joining us, this event in Malvern, Pennsylvania, you have the vice president there. Of course, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who is campaigning with her as well. They'll be there in discussion, hearing from voters. And we're told this is going to be more about the concerns that the vice president has about a second Trump term. We'll see how specific they get in terms of questions on policies and politics.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's listen in.
Oh, happy belated birthday. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Audience members showing me up. That's tough. Okay, so I've got to start with the thing that brings us here today, because I've got to say it is unusual for somebody who is as high up in the Republican leadership as Liz Cheney was to be out here campaigning with the Democratic nominee for president. And so maybe why don't both of you tell us, but you start. You've actually marshaled unprecedented support from Republicans in this election. Why do you think that is?
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for being here and for your work. And the Congresswoman, thank you. I have said before, and it must be repeated each time, there are moments in the history of our country which challenge.
So the vice president here talking about why she thinks so many Republicans are supporting her, including Liz Cheney. Stay with us. We're going to fit in a quick break here. Much more to come on the other side on Inside Politics. My colleague Dana Bash picks up our coverage after this short break.